to wait for this in your life. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Accolon here, and welcome back to each and every one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also hit the link in the description down below, because it's always better when it's live. Mr. Smokin', how you doing, brother? Happy to have you here, man. I see you've been waiting again. Waiting for me to go live. Just want to make one of the VODs public since I'm here now. Which VOD is the one that should be public now? Oh, for fuck's sake. No. G'day to you, Accolon. How's it going for you? I have no complaints, bro. No complaints whatsoever. CDJ, how you doing, brother? Sorry about this, guys. I'm trying to make the next VOD public. And it's taking longer than I fucking thought it would. Gonna be honest. Taking longer than I thought it would. I think it's number 7. Is it number 7? Yes, it's number 7. Yeah, okay, number 7. There we go. Publish. Right, I'm here. We can relax now. We can fucking relax now. Let's do that. I'm doing so much better than Bobby Kotick and Activision executives this morning. Oh yeah, true. But I think that's true for all of us. Let's just quickly see Activision Blizzard stock price. I want to see this. Is it fallen more? Not really. It's sort of... I mean, to be fair, it has fallen off a cliff even more. And it's sort of recovered now. It's kind of recovered. So, I think right now still, they're okay-ish, right? But, I mean, look at this. This is not a good look. Yeah? It's definitely not a good look. This is not the kind of thing that you look at and you go, wow, business as usual. Awkward, how you doing, bro? This is definitely not where you wake up in the morning and go, wow, this is the best fucking day of my life. Doing so well. So yeah, I would say there's somewhat stress. But as you can see here, they're sort of trending back up a little bit. Right? Casarini, how you doing? Razor Connor, how you doing, brother? Alex, how you doing? Mikimoto, how you doing? Got the email before Discord hit me up just now. Razor Connor, nice. Nice. Wait, you get emails when I go live? What the fuck's that? I would hate that. Getting an email every single time someone goes live? I'm all good, just grinding out Final Fantasy 14. How you enjoying it, Awkward? Ziang, how you doing, brother? So yeah, I would say Blizzard is in a bit of trouble. But I mean, it's nothing new. Blizzard have been in trouble before. Bobby Kotick seems to not want to run a company that doesn't have incredible problems, right? Living Shit Show, how you doing, brother? I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Just got my laundry done. It's now hanging out to dry. Life is pretty decent, I would say. Life's pretty decent. Yeah. Can't really complain, but we'll see. The day's still fucking young. I could find things to complain about a little bit later, right? Manius One, how you doing, brother? I've been doing the I told you so dance since yesterday. I've been trolling the comment section of videos and chat boards, pointing to folks that said I was nuts when I said that the Fates would be going after them next. Oh, yeah. Well, I actually didn't think that the Fates would go after them. Gonna be honest. Awkward, I am fucking glad that you're enjoying it, bro. Just decided to return back in WoW. Hope your day is doing as well. Alex, I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking. What made you decide to go back to WoW? See, I have no interest in going back to WoW. At least not yet. I'm still having fun on the outside. Maybe if there's maybe if there's like new lore that really intrigues me, I'll be happy to come back. But for right now, there's no reason for me to return to WoW. None whatsoever. The gameplay changes that they made doesn't interest me all that much. They're good changes, don't get me wrong, but none of the changes are things that I care about. And considering that they've still not removed Covenants entirely from the game and the borrow power systems, I think I will only be back in the next expansion. Julo, how you doing? Shit, next week comes New World. Their changes seems to be pretty good, but this Void Gauntlet looks OP. I'm not excited for New World whatsoever. I realize some of you are sitting there going, oh, what? But no, I'm genuinely not excited for New World whatsoever. I think New World is, gonna be fine. I don't think there's anything special about New World. Literally can't stop playing, exceeded my expectation by miles. Oh yeah, I knew it. Everyone who hates Final Fantasy are just people who haven't tried it yet. Diablo 2 could be a good one, Aureus. Not going back to WoW for the foreseeable future. The Copium Heads can keep their WoWcraft. Law question to discuss someday. Given how OP Zuval is supposed to be, is there any reason not to bring back Madan? That's a good question. All right, Doomhammer, how you doing, brother? Okay, so let's first unpack the first part of your question, Menius one. How powerful Zuval is. So there's a couple of problems that I have with Zuval's power levels. We've discussed this at length right at the start of Shadowlands, where Blizzard called him a Titan plus. Malthrax, thank you for the tail sub, man. Really appreciate that 2 months in a row. So we've discussed all of this, right? But I think it's important to discuss this again. Zuval was considered a Titan plus and almost untaken downable, if that is a phrase that I can say, even before he mastered domination magic. If you're wondering what I'm talking about here, it took literally all of the Eternal Ones to banish him to the Maw. They couldn't defeat him. They basically had to trap him inside the Maw. If you read between the lines of the lore, it seems like they lured him to the Maw and then basically turned the Maw inescapable. Like, they made sure that he could never escape, right? And that was before he got his hands on domination magic. He didn't have domination magic back then. Now he has domination magic. So how do you defeat this guy? Like, who's gonna fucking defeat them? Like, he's just too fucking strong. You could have seen, you saw it, right? Sylvanas was shooting an arrow at him. He grabbed the arrow and he was like, what are you doing? The heroes of the Alliance and the Horde rushed him and he just dominated them immediately. No fucks were given whatsoever. Like, the dude does not seem to give any fucks about anyone. And it's not even a case of him getting angry or getting upset. It's him just genuinely not giving a shit. That's it. So what stops this dude? What could possibly stop him? Well, perhaps we have to go to another Titan that is just as powerful. And also, it took all of his brothers and sisters and they lost against him. Perhaps it is time for Sargeras to make a return. Perhaps the only guy that can actually take... And before you go, Akalon, that's nuts. Imagine this, right? A boss fight where it's the final boss of the raid. We are technically fighting Zuval, but we're fighting Zuval's minions, right? Because we couldn't possibly fight Zuval. And in the background, like the skybox is Sargeras and Zuval whacking it out. Like, they're fighting in the background. And we have to do things to empower Sargeras and give him more power and restore life and bind Zuval for couples of seconds. That's the fight, right? That would just be these astronomical fucking titans. And you're basically fighting the fight to keep Sargeras in the driving seat, yeah? That would be fucking epic. But anyway, so that's one part of it. Now, to answer the second part of your question, isn't it time to bring back Madun? The answer is absolutely unequivocally no. Madun should never make it back to World of Warcraft. He should never become canon whatsoever. The problem with Madun is that Madun he's literally indestructible, right? There's nothing that you can do to stop him. He is just far too fucking powerful. So bringing Madun back so that you can stop Zuvul would create so many problems for future lore. Because basically from that moment forward, all real threats in World of Warcraft is no longer threats. Like they no longer really pose a threat. You know? Like, oh, here we go. The Legion is back. Well, it's in Madun. Let's just keep on cooking and farming and doing whatever the fuck we do. Madun will take care of it. Right? So, you wouldn't be able... Unless Blizzard decided to do a little bit of fan service and bring Madun into the game, right? And he dies whilst fighting Zuvul. That is something that they could probably do, right? So Madun does take down Zuvul, but Zuvul is so strong that he does actually manage to kill him.
When reaches the Sepulchre, he found that the sigil Denathrius gave him is fake, but because of Denathrius' strategy, the fact that the sigil was fake was not discovered until he reaches the Sepulchre. Then, an anti-faking mechanism in the Sepulchre is triggered, and all the Pantheons are notified. The Titans realize what happened, and come here with Sargeras to stop Zuvul. But when Sargeras confronts Zuvul, a Void Lord appears, and FK them both.
I fucking suppose that could work. By the way, Anonymous, who the fuck just gave subs? I really thank you for the gifted subs. You are god level, bro. That is some big dick energy right there. That is some big dick energy. Fucking love you, bro. But who was it? I don't have anyone to thank. So can I get some thanks in chat anyways? Some hearts? Come on, guys. When someone gifts subs to the channel, that is fucking prime, right? That is prime. We should all just say a little thank you, because that is amazing. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate this. This one did. Yeah, well, I would love to know who gave the subs. It would be amazing. I can imagine Sargeras teaming up with Zuvul. So just to get back 6-6, that's a good theory, right? I could actually see Blizzard going with that, and it would be cool. The one problem is Denathrius seems to have really believed in what Zuvul wanted to do, right? Denathrius believed him. Also, I don't think Zuvul is stupid enough to accept, shall we say, a fake sigil. You know? I don't think Zuvul is stupid enough for that. So how would you do that? I don't see that happening. He would know. He would just look at this and go, "What's this? This is not real. How dare you give me this? This is fake." And I'm reminded immediately of that that scene in Zoolander where he goes, "What is this? Is this a center for people a center for people who can't read good for ants?" You know, that's the immediate thing that comes to mind is a Zoolander moment. And I suppose Blizzard have copied Thanos. They may as well copy Zoolander as well, right? While we're at it, let's copy a couple of other things too. So Sargeras was cheated by Denathrius, yes. Yeah, there is an ad break playing, but for good reason. I'm playing ads so that you don't get ads later on. Eleanor, how you doing? Zakajer, Sargeras was created by Denathrius, right? What if we bring back Argus? I mean, Argus is dead right now. How would you bring him back? It's going to be us that stops him? Oh yeah, I don't think we're going to be stopping him. No, not at all. Highly doubt that. Malthrax, did I say thanks for the resub? I think I did, but just wanted to make sure. I did thank you, right? He's in the blade? I mean, Denathrius isn't dead. Yeah. But who said he's dead? We talked about it like a month ago, but neither of us thought it would be this soon. I mean, to be fair, I think a part of me didn't think that the feds would be involved because it didn't seem like a fed issue.
Theory, but I forgot where it is. But it's about the real sigil of Denathrius being Renethil. I actually could agree with that because Denathrius seems to have very strange plans about Renethil that no one knows, not even Renethil himself.
Eleanor, guten Morgen, good morning. Aber ich was verpasst. Aber ich was verpasst. Have you? I don't know what verpasst would mean. Digit, what does was verpasst mean? Missed, verpasst. So it would be. So you basically said, "Hi, Aklon, guten Morgen. Habe ich was verpasst? Have I missed anything?" That's basically what you asked, right? Okay. I don't understand German, just so it's clear, right? I can make out certain things. So there are certain words that I can look at the word and I can sort of roughly go, I think that's what that word would mean, right? I think that's what that word would mean. But when my grandmother wanted to teach me German, I had no interest in learning German because I thought to myself, who the fuck needs German, right? So yeah, I have, because I'm Afrikaans, there are some words in German that is somewhat similar to something that we would say. Not the same, but somewhat similar. So I can sometimes make out, okay, I think that's what that could mean. But yeah, I'm definitely not fast in German. I would have a better time with Dutch, and even then it would be a struggle. On the topic of Argus, there is not used outside of the novel story about Illidan creating a link between Argus and Outlands, which might also be a way to justify an Outland update someday. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I genuinely don't want... I don't want Argus to come back unless Blizzard is willing to actually tell the fucking story of Argus, right? Lexicans, how you doing? Oh, Jesus, Lexicans, you're asking me the wrong question here? I have no idea. For me, best spec would be Affliction, because why not, right? I love Affliction the most, so I guess. But I have no idea what the best spec currently would be, right? I haven't played competitive Warlock ever. The Germans, the Russian coming. Is that the Germans, the Russians are coming. But next thing is, I think Ardenweald is currently the number one covenant for Warlocks, I think. But don't quote me on that. Afrikaans comes from Dutch, right? Dutch comes from German. Eleanor, yes. Afrikaans comes from Dutch. Afrikaans comes from Dutch, German, and French. Those are the three languages that had the biggest influence on Afrikaans. Even though arguably French had the least influence on Afrikaans, there are words in Afrikaans that is directly from the French language. So we do have a French influence on our language. But Afrikaans is 100% a Germanic language, right? It's part of the Germanic languages. That's why sounds are very similar. When you listen to Afrikaans being spoken, you'll hear the same kind of sounds, same kind of sentence structures. And I would say the thing that we got from the Germans probably the most is a very rigid way of speaking. And also, the other thing that I would say that Afrikaans has, that Germany has as well, is the sort of inventiveness when it comes to the language. So Afrikaans is one of the few languages in the world. It's actually the fastest growing language in the world in terms of words being added to the language, right? It's the fastest growing language in the world because whenever something new in the world pops up, either being a medical thing, a psychological thing, whatever it is, there's literally I can't remember what they're called, but there's literally a thing, like a body that sits and invents a word for it in Afrikaans. Right? So for everything in the world, there is an Afrikaans word for that thing. So I would say it has a similar sort of inventiveness as the German language, where it's consistently trying to find or sort of build the language, if you will. Not borrowing. I don't know. That's the big thing. We do have things that we borrow. So, for example, you have two ways of saying sidewalk in Afrikaans, right? You can say sypaadjie, right? So sypaadjie would be a sidewalk. Or you can say pavement. Like, pavement is correct. You can say pavement. Even though pavement is technically not in the dictionary, you can say it. That would be a borrowed word, right? Because we've literally taken pavement and we've just Afrikaansified it. But most of the time, we don't just borrow words, we invent new ones, right? So we'll take it and we'll invent a word that describes this thing. Doomhammer, I don't know the language that well. I'll be honest with you. My base subject in school was English. It wasn't Afrikaans. I'm Afrikaans born, right? I'm Afrikaans born. Sarah, how you doing? And I can speak Afrikaans very well, but I don't speak Afrikaans often enough to even call myself an expert on the language anymore. The vast majority of my day, I'd say 90% of my day, is spent speaking English. So much so that I walk into a store, I clearly hear that the person on the other side, like the clerk, is Afrikaans, and I still speak English to them. Like, I'll still say, hello, how you doing? Can I please get this, and this in a plastic bag or whatever? And I can clearly hear that this person is very Afrikaans, right? I just don't switch back to Afrikaans. And fuck me, typing in Afrikaans has become a massive problem for me. Vedastress, thank you much for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. It's become a massive problem for me. I will very often go, I don't know how to write this word. I don't know the spelling of this word in Afrikaans. So I'll just type the entire fucking sentence in English. Yeah. Zol, how you doing? Yeah, African is not a language. Just to be very clear. African is not a language. African is a people of a continent. And one could actually make the argument that African isn't even a people. Because Africa has so many different fucking cultures that it makes like no sense to call anyone African. Because that all you're basically saying is they came from the fucking continent, Africa. Right? But outside of that, you've basically said nothing. Because someone who comes from Nigeria is not even remotely the same as someone that comes from Zimbabwe or Botswana. Right? Not even remotely the fucking same. Like, they most often don't share shit amongst their cultures. Like, their cultures are completely different. So when you call someone African, you're basically saying fuck all. Like, nothing. You're saying literally zero things outside of the fact that they came from the continent Africa. Okay, so Afrikaans is a language spoken by 3.8 million. Actually, I'm lying. Not even 3.8 million. I think it's 2.8 million white South Africans in South Africa, and about 1 point something million colored South Africans in South Africa. They're Afrikaans, right? Their mother tongue is Afrikaans. They speak Afrikaans. But that's, again, even, like, it never makes sense to me whenever people also go, the Afrikaans culture. It's like, what are you talking about? Afrikaans is just the language. It can't be a culture because the white people who speak Afrikaans are not the same culture as the colored people that speak Afrikaans. That would be like calling someone a Guatemala American because they're from the North American continent. Yeah, it would be very weird, right? There's something very interesting that I was watching this documentary on the earliest movements of human beings. So we find that about 80,000 years ago, if my numbers could be incorrect here, but about 80,000 years ago, humans for the first time made their way to Europe from Africa. We traveled into Europe, but for some reason we failed. Like, all the humans that made their way into Europe died. They just disappeared. And then 30,000 years later, we go back. And this time we managed to conquer the continent. And according to at least the documentary that I was watching, in that 30,000 year gap, we invented language. So just to give you guys, the reason I don't remember the dates exactly is because the documentary was actually about, language. To this day, evolutionists, so people who believe in evolution, cannot describe language. Like, they can't explain where language comes from. Why do we have language? It makes no sense why we have language. Because language would not have been necessary for survival. And yet human beings have these incredibly intricate fucking languages. So what's your story? South African living in Europe or other way around? Zol, South African living in South Africa. But I guess if you want to get very technical, it would be European living in South Africa, right? Because technically, my family arrived in South Africa in 1838 from Saxony, Germany. So technically, you could probably make the argument, he's a European living in South Africa, but I am South African. I've been born here. My family's been here since 1838. So, yeah. You sound like you have an accent. Yeah, my accent's completely screwed because I have very few South African friends and I have a bunch of European friends. So, and some American friends. So my accent's really like a bit of a mixture of everything. Accidentally hit an Echo Live video instead of the stream and couldn't figure out what was going on for like 5 minutes before I realized I was on YouTube. Oh, Shay. Oh my God, really? That's not good. Humans are only good at death and manufacturing death? I don't know, I would say humans are good at much more than that. Sure, we're also good at manufacturing death, but then again, so is monkeys. Every great ape is incredible at manufacturing death and war. In fact, monkeys wage war on each other, right? But we're also very, very good at just about everything else, right? If you think about the incredible things that human beings do that make our lives a hell of a lot better, humans are incredible. That's one of the reasons I'm not part of that group that says humans are a parasite on the earth. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Humans are like one of the most amazing species out there. We're one of the very few species that can literally change the environment to suit our needs. All other species simply die out if the environment becomes uninhabitable or less than stellar for them to live in, which is an incredible evolutionary trait if you imagine us being just animals, right? Did you know that? But for some strange reason, it counted as one. Smoking, what counted as one? Guatemala is in Central America. Not much. You sound like Quickshot. I love Quickshot. He's a very good fucking shoutcaster. He's not my favorite. I would have to say Medic is absolutely my favorite. I fucking love Medic. And on the NA side, it would have to be Captain Flowers. Like Captain Flowers on NA, brilliant shoutcaster. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Quickshots. I didn't even know of you. I wonder how many other South African partners there are that we don't know about. There's quite a few, I would say. I I did check once. There's a South African website that you can sort of check the size of your channel and shit. And at least based on that site, I'm like in the top 5 of South African content creators, at least with YouTube. But there's like Graham, I think his name is Graham something. I think he's the largest South African content creator, I think. To be fair, I don't follow a lot of South African content creators. Sometimes sound American, sometimes Australian and English. And yeah, my accent's fucked. It's some Blackpool rhetoric. We are good at creating porn, too. Don't forget that. True. We are very good at creating porn. And I will not have anyone tell me any differently. Whenever you think that human beings are on the brink of extinction and we should go fuck ourselves, remember the porn, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the fucking porn. Monkeys start wars only when they have no food. War, it's a man's thing. Not really. Actually, not at all. There's literal tribes of monkeys that wage war simply for the fact of waging war. In fact, there was 2 monkey tribes in Africa that biologists were following. Like they were sort of making an account. Anthropologists were following it, and the 2 tribes met each other, sort of traveling. They met each other and sort of made noise at each other, you know, just sort of avoided each other, didn't do anything. That night, one of the tribes, all their males, went over to the other tribe and killed all of the young, as well as all of the males that they could get their hands on. Just fucking killed them in their sleep. There was no dispute over food. There's more than enough food going around. It's not a drought. They just killed each other. No, war is not just a man thing. War is a monkey thing. It's a territorial thing, and it appears as if the more intelligent a species gets, the more prone it becomes to things like violence, and the more territorial it would become. So actually, no, monkeys do not actually. That's the one thing that monkeys don't do. They don't just fight for over food or resources. They fight very specifically just to fight sometimes. I don't know who Raden is. What does he stream? It is actually Scary Wood. Very correct. I feel like you give all of humanity too much credit. It's probably 5% of the population gives all of these tech advances and comforts. 90% of us are great apes. Well, you don't need all of a species to do, amazing things. You just need 5% of the species to do amazing things, and the other 95% of the people to inspire the 5% to fix the stupidity of the 95, right? So you really have to think about this. If it wasn't for the 95% of basic apes, the 5% wouldn't know what to fucking make to make humanity better. It's the stupidity of the 95% that teaches the 5% to go, oh my god, we have to fix that. That's a fucking problem. And then we get innovation. So really, it's all just one big happy family, right? Probably because they become more aware of things. I do think so. I think not only that, I think as intelligence grows, right? But there's also a point where you actually outgrow war. One could make the argument that the vast majority of humanity have reached a point now of intelligence where we are vehemently against war, right? Most people no longer have that appetite for war. We're no longer okay with sending our children over to unknown fucking lands to go kill and slaughter people. So it seems like there's that sweet spot where intelligence have become great enough that you can think up ways to be incredibly cruel, right? And then there's a point where you reach an intelligence level where you no longer wish to enact that level of cruelty, right? And I think it's actually pretty practical. When you get to a point where you realize that your actions have very real consequences, that's the moment that you go, I can inflict a shit ton of cruelty on this person, but I won't because it could mean that they retaliate. And for that reason, I'm not going to do it. If that makes sense. There's still people that want to wage war because of money. Yeah, but I'm talking more in general, right? How you doing, Mike? I love me some UFC, though. I think we should fight wars in the UFC. Let's get it on, boys. X-Naps, I agree with that, by the way. I agree with that. I have always said that if countries want to go to war, it should be the two presidents of the countries going to war. None of this bullshit of I declare war and then I send innocent children over to die. No. You declared war, fucker. You go to war. We'll give you the best gun and you'll get a fucking suit of armor, but then you're on your own. We'll televise the whole thing. The whole world can watch Biden and Putin fight it out, right? If they really want to wage war on each other, let's go. We'll televise it and we can place bets and everything. Winner takes all, right? So if Biden manages to win, Russia is now America, right? If Putin manages to win, America is now fucking Russia. But that's it. That's the rule. You can't wage war and send other people to go die in your stead. You fucking go to war because you waged it. And we'll say Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell as well. Like they can go help Biden. President can't stay awake that long. So falls with Fortnite, oh god. Bring back the gladiator pets. I can actually get behind that too. As Primus, Jailer War. They really fought each other like Harry Potter and Voldemort. I have a lot of problems with the Primus thing. The whole Primus thing makes very little sense to me. Reminds me of Frankie Goes to Hollywood song, Two Tribes. Video is awesome. I have to check it out. That will end the USA China problem. I imagine like Celebrity Deathmatch. True. Pretty much. Take it like Celebrity Deathmatch. True. I can think of terrible things to do, but I don't want to do. I don't want to. Don't care what other people do, long as they leave me out of it. Crash agreed with that. Presidential wars, go. Who will win? I do think if right now the US and Russia, for example, went to war, the US in our world, right, where Biden is the one fighting your war, I do think the US is fucked. Because I don't know about you, but Putin looks like he could still handle himself in like nature and fighting, like shooting people. Whereas Biden has never worked a day in his life. The fucker wouldn't know what to do. Like, you have to think about this. Biden has never worked an honest day in his life, bro. And he is the fucking president. There should at least be a rule that if you want to be president, you have to have a successful business behind you. Like you had to have built a business. If you've built a business that's successful, then you can be president. But if you've not even done anything that real normal people have to do, then you can't be president. Like, you're not allowed to be president. Biden versus Kim Jong-un. Biden win because he's quicker and his fat baby, literally. I don't know though. Kim Jong-un could probably still fight. He is fat as shit, but he could probably still fight. Putin will yell at a bear and it will submit. Putin is a scary fucker. Oh, saying, like I've said many times before, democracy is a fucking joke. You basically get to choose between two bowls of shit. And you have to decide which one of these bowls of shit it smells the least, right? You don't really get to choose a good leader. You get to choose the less bad leader. Like, he's still super shit, don't get me wrong, but he's like not so super shit as the other fucking guy. Yeah, Canada is another one of those weird places where you get to choose between the libs and the conservatives, and both of them are equally fucking moronic. Like, you literally get to choose between two absolute pieces of shit. great. Waiting for Red Dawn at this point. Putin is ex-KGB. I'm pretty sure he has training to win most fights. Truth. Putin scares me. Like, that dude genuinely fucking scares me. I don't know how to place Putin. Let me put it this way. When I listen to Putin speak in interviews, he seems genuine, right? Like, for example, I was watching an interview where he was talking about how frustrated he is with Europe and America, because he basically said, we want to do business with Europe and America, and they keep painting us as the enemy. But then he does things like he did in Crimea, and you think, what an evil cunt. And you just don't know. Like, you look at this dude and he says things that make sense, and then you go, yeah, what a good guy. And then he does things and you go, oh, that's not a good guy thing to do. What are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? That's not, what are you doing? So Putin he scares the living shit out of me. I have a feeling that guy, given enough power, would want to conquer the world. It's just genuine. I feel like he would want to. Putin is a real James Bond villain from the 60s brought to life. True. I don't know if you experience in this, but for me, it is literally the choice between 10% of what you're supposed to earn, or your joblessness in South Africa. Sarah, I obviously don't experience that because I'm not in the workforce anymore in South Africa. I haven't worked in 5 years, like, at least in a normal job. I've been a content creator ever since, so I don't really have that issue. But I know full well that most of my friends have that issue. Like, they have to take whatever job they can get, right? And that job is never going to pay half as much as it should. But that's also because there isn't enough jobs in South Africa for everyone, so they sort of know that they don't have to pay as well. Yeah, content creator, right? Let's just be clear on that. I am a shit content creator. You see, but this is why I've always said anarchy is the only way forward. Because it's the only way that people like me do not have to suffer under the stupidity of others. You're making non-content like Krendor? I suppose that's true, yeah. I mean, fuck, I make... I mean, every once in a while I'll have like a good video, right? Or a good stream that people can get behind and go, wow, that was a good stream. The rest of the time I'm just pissing people off, right? I worked the entire 2017 from 4 in the morning to 10 in the evening. Made less than a garbage collector in the US makes. Oh, but in South Africa, you can hope to make what the US makes. I mean, I'm not a very successful content creator. It's not like I'm making hundreds of thousands of US dollars or anything. But I am still making enough to be in the 1% in South Africa. Good video because of the community. This is true. You guys are my content, by the way. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you hanging out. Is your camera doing a focus on you, or is that a setting? It's a setting. I'm still saving up for a proper fucking camera. This is a GoPro. So I can turn this off, right? I can turn the focus setting off. I can do... Actually... Why the fuck would you disappear? What's the point in that? I'll show you. So I can do this, right? And then it's off. Then it's just me sitting here. Or do that, and then it's a little bit blurred in the background, which I think looks a little bit better, right? Or I could do this. This is when I really want to go fucking ham. I can do this. And then the camera sort of follows me around. Hello. So I could do this, right? Although I think this is a little too close. Like, this is next level close up. I just don't like the way it follows. Like, I fucking hate the way it follows. So that's why I don't have that on. Perfection closer. Even closer. You're my favorite streamer content creator because you're so down to earth. My erratic mind, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. You think we're jumping planets in the next expansions? No, I think we're going back to Azeroth. I wouldn't want them to jump planets just yet. Like, stick to Azeroth for now. The pimple looks gross as fuck. Am I 40? What pimple, Mr. Smokin? I don't have a pimple anywhere. What are you talking about? Hold up. Let me zoom in again. This isn't a pimple, bro. Are you talking about this? This is not a pimple. Like, if that's a pimple, I would have a hell of a time popping it. Because I've had this my whole life. I've had this my whole fucking life. So it would be weird to fucking pop it. Yeah, I would not be able to pop that. Blue eyes. It's probably a beauty mark. Oh, those blue eyes. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, it is blue eyes. Ladies paint them on. I mean, I would like to remove it. If I could be fucking asked, I would probably have removed it. When I was younger, I wanted to remove the mark there. But now it's just like, fuck, that's a lot of effort. It's interesting being done with WoW. It will be interesting to see what the next expansion is. Agreed. Absolutely agree. Where the hell did your eyebrow go? What eyebrow? I don't know. What are you what eyebrow? Okay, so I don't have... Fuck my life. How many times am I going to have to zoom in? I don't have dark hair, right? So there's eyebrows. They're just light. It's very light. Like, fuck, can you see this? You can see that there's eyebrows. They're just very light. They're not... It's not like dark hair. So they're there, but, you know... See, don't remind me. The woman in my family, the gross ash. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Tora, how you doing? As we can see it, all your dark color fell off and settled in the beard. The beard is, yeah, it's a different color than the rest of my hair. Took your glasses off, and then only one eyebrow was visible. Oh my god. Fuck you, chat. I wouldn't watch that shit. I don't know why people like watching shit like that. Oh my god, what's wrong with chat this morning? Chat is being degenerate fucks is what's wrong with chat. Is what a booger. No, there's definitely no booger. Dr. Bumblebopker, all the women in my fam watch that show like it's some kind of sports event. I don't know why people... That's just gross. It's fucking gross to see people popping pimples. True, Alex, it is my fault. I take full responsibility. Tabby, that's true. That is true. It's one of the reasons I love chat so much. It's one of the reasons I love Twitch so much. Because, you know, we can all be degenerate little fucks in here. Just basically hang out. Evie, how you doing? I almost threw up. So I've seen videos before of those people having those incredibly big pimples. Like, you know, the fucking ones that's as big as the shoulder almost? How do you let it get that big? Like, how the fuck does something get that big and you just don't do anything about it? Like, oh, I have a growth that is taking over my shoulder. We'll just leave it. Like... Take care of that fucking shit, right? Pop it when it's small or some shit. I don't know. I don't even know how something would get that big. Like, if you do have a pimple, it usually just disappears. Living shit show. Don't imagine it. Don't fucking imagine it. How do you get assist? Is it, how do you get that shit? Because I've never had something like that. Princess Melina, how you doing? Discovery, space mushrooms, powerful tantrums, destroying willpower, written by idiots. What the? Wow, okay, chat's having another conversation that I'm not part of. I have no idea what we're talking about now. For me, pumples are terminated on sight with extreme prejudice. I don't get many pumples, to be fair. Cysts are most commonly caused by blockage in a duct, which can be due to trauma, infection, or even an inherent tendency. Yeah, thank fuck I don't have shit like that. I kind of like pimples, but they never come to the surface and just go deep, so you can never pop it. Oh my god. I don't even want to imagine it. Those things are disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. But you get women who, for example, my aunt, she loves popping pimples. Like, if her husband has a pimple, she will sit there and pop it. It makes her happy. Why? Why will something like that make you happy? %, you like pop. For fuck's sake, no. I would throw the fuck up. I would throw up. If my girlfriend came to me and said, can you pop this pimple? I would throw up on her. It would just instantly be, what? Fuck. I like my coffee in my stomach. I don't mind watching those because I can't smell the pus. They're more than that, though. They grow a living case that has tendrils, and it'll regrow without surgery to make sure they're gone. Just remove that dirt that doesn't belong there. I asked my fiance to pop a spot on my back recently. She was not impressed. Good fiance, bro. My girlfriend is excited anytime I have one, and I can't take it. It's akin to preening, like what monkeys do. I have an aunt like that. She made my teenage years a hellish experience. Jesus. That's why monkeys still live in the dirt. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm sorry. There's certain things that just should never happen in a relationship. One of them being popping zits and shit. The other, of course, is pooing with the door open. That's the moment that you know you should file for divorce. Because things have become too fucking comfortable in your house. It's just wrong. Like, that's the moment, you know, you have let things slide too much. If your partner goes to the bathroom and goes, right, poo time, I won't even close the door. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Poo with door open? My wife and I brush our teeth while the other shit. Oh, I wouldn't be. Oh my fuck, I wouldn't be able to do that. Because I'm imagining that the poo is coming into my mouth as I'm brushing it. Like, fuck no. Fuck no. There are houses that the bathroom and bedroom don't have doors. Yeah, that would not be my house. There would be 4 doors between me and the bathroom. It's like I take a little piece of... Oh my fucking god, you disgusting asshole. Oh my Jesus, bro. Malding, I did not fucking need to read that. What the fuck are you saying? Oh my god. Bro, kiss her. If that's what you want, just fucking kiss her. Jesus. Fuck. Oh my god, bro. Jesus. No, I couldn't do that. I poop with the door halfway open because if I shut it, the dog will just open it anyway. If I leave it half open, she will just peek in and leave. Nope. Of smells as solids, then you are. True. Shat needs bleach. Yeah, try taking a dump in a bathroom and brushing my teeth in. We're going to be talking to divorce lawyers before the day is over. Truth. My cat demands to be in the bathroom. Like, do you not have... Ben Raging, how you doing, brother? Do you not have a key on your door? you should have a fucking key on all of your doors. There's not a single door in my house that doesn't have the ability to lock. Even now, my door is locked. Like, I'm alone in this house. There's not a single person here. The front door is locked. The gate at the front door is locked. All the windows are locked. Every room in the house is locked, including my fucking door. Doors are only ever unlocked if I have to go in there to quickly grab something, and then they're locked as soon as I leave. Or if I'm going to stay in the room for a bit, I lock the door as I go in. Nothing you want is to stink out the house? Jesus, CD. Oh my god. It's become such a sort of natural thing for me as well, right? Like, I do it automatically. I don't even think about it. Doors are just automatically locked. It just happens. Razor Connor, I ask myself that same question quite often. It happens often. After a stream, I go, the fuck's wrong with my chat? I think my chat's broken. I rarely lock doors. Rural Canada, you never really need to worry about it. Bro, I will be one of the few people that eventually move out of South Africa to like a super safe country and still lock fucking everything. It's become so ingrained in me, right, to lock things. Like, I can't be comfortable. Even now, right, I could absolutely leave my front door open because the security gate is locked. But I would feel extremely uncomfortable streaming knowing that the front door is unlocked. I have to lock everything, right? All the time. Tuned in right on time for an interesting conversation. Prince Melina, yes. Very interesting conversation, actually. Hey, Spinnin, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are the degenerates of Twitch. No other channel on Twitch will allow us in, so we congregate here. That would be my favorite thing in the whole world. If I was able to build the most degenerate chat on Twitch, that would make me happy. I think that would be next level. My chat, like, this would be my favorite thing ever. If I had a chat where people would DM me and go, bro, please don't fucking raid me ever. I don't need your chat in my community. They're disgusting. That's the day that I will tweet out, boys, we've arrived. We've done it. One stricter streamer in doing a VR session into thinking someone broke into his house. It was hilarious. Jesus. Come on. You didn't even play VR? Why would you consider it degenerate enough basis? I mean, how else would you consider it? Say, well, how you doing? I can't read that. Whatever that is. Not toxic, but disgusting. Yeah. Well, toxic... there's levels of toxicity, right? There are levels of toxicity. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. I don't mind all toxicity. I feel like... I feel like if you're truly being a toxic fuck, right? Then maybe. But that would be toxicity such as racism or like blatant sexism or something to that effect. Outside of that, there's very few levels of toxicity that bother me. Like, very few. Ollie, no, I don't think that's weird. I do it too. Just because some appliances will continue to use power, even when they're not used, they'll continue to siphon a little bit of power. So no, I do the same. As soon as I've done using something, I switch it off at the plug. So no, I don't think that's weird. I do have I mean, if you really want to do that, but I would argue that that would be a stupid thing to do, Sainwell. Why would you want to get banned from a chat anyways? Just don't watch. Isn't that like isn't that the same as being banned? I was banned from the most degenerate stream on Twitch status. Yeah, but we're not the most degenerate stream on Twitch yet. Like, we're still getting there. We're still working our way up.
I play League of Legends and I have never said anything mean to anyone, no matter how bad they are. I can in my mind imagine telling them to kill themselves, but I never said anything that is even remotely toxic. That's why I think harassing another player, no matter what, should result in penalty that can increase if the offense is repeated.
I mean, again, there's levels of toxicity that I think should be acceptable, right? Especially in games like League of Legends, where the toxicity is sometimes part of the game, right? Now, there are moments where that can go too far. Like I said, if you're being blatantly racist or blatantly sexist, absolutely fucking ban that person or give them a suspension or whatever. But then there's things like just a guy going, you know, fuck your mum. Is that really ban-worthy? The guy's frustrated. You're probably not doing your job, although most of the time, toxic people are the ones not doing their fucking jobs. And I think that's sort of part of the flavor. People know exactly what's going to happen, right? People know exactly what's going to happen. Kill the voice. It's in pain. No, I love that voice. Ferrati, how are you doing? What's your clips on YouTube? What's your opinion on Blizzard rebranding leaks? As example, Arthur and Anderson changing name after the Enron fiasco. Not as relevant as that thing, but still the lawsuits are enough to make it change, right? Ferrati, if you, like, yes, it obviously is, but I do also wonder, there was a time where basically rebranding, changing the name was enough, right? Like, it was enough to basically change public appearance or public opinion on your company. I wonder these days in the age of the internet if changing your name will actually work. I'm not saying it won't work, but I'm saying, let's imagine Activision Blizzard changes their name tomorrow, right? Does that mean people are just going to forget that Activision Blizzard is now just this new company? I don't think so. I don't think people are going to forget. People are just literally going to go, no, this is still Activision Blizzard, right? This is still the same company, and we can still remember everything they did. So I do wonder if there's maybe a debate for that. I have no answers on that, to be honest, because I don't know business all that well. But I do wonder if there comes a point where the world never forgets. So it doesn't matter how much you've changed or how much you try to change. People can still remember, hey, this used to be Activision. And reporters are going to keep writing it, right? So whatever they name themselves, people are going to say, Bobby Kotick, previously known as Activision Blizzard, right? So people will always remember this company used to be this company, actually. And Ben Raging, you are correct on the broken windows theory, but this is why I said you should determine, based on your game, what is an appropriate level of toxicity that you want in your game. Because toxicity is sadly part and parcel of internet culture, right?
I also have a suggestion called microtransaction or ban. So if you harass another player, you get suspended for a number of days. But you can pay money to get the suspension cancelled. 75% of the money you pay goes to the victim of your offensive conduct, and they can use that to buy game time or microtransaction, like WoW token, and the rest goes to the company, like Blizzard or Riot or Squall or Enix.
I could not agree with that at all, Zigzix. Because then you're giving companies an actual incentive to ban people for just about everything. Right? Because now you're creating a monetary incentive for people to pay to get out of jail. And especially since you're saying the person gets 75% of the money, but they can only spend the money on the fucking store, right? Make no mistake, whenever you buy a WoW token or whenever you buy a mount from Blizzard, Blizzard is not losing money. It's not like a product, right? Where if I buy a graphics card from NVIDIA, NVIDIA is physically losing something and then gaining a profit. Yeah? So they are losing a product that cost a bunch of money in R&D as well as in components. And I'm paying them a profit in order to convince them to part with the product. Whereas a digital good, there's no actual product exchanging hands. So Blizzard isn't losing money when you buy a mount. They're not losing any production. They're just gaining a bunch of money, right? So yeah, it would basically mean 100% of the profits go to the company. You're just sort of now creating a sort of weird incentive for companies to ban people. So I would 100% not agree with that. They could actually make 70% of the income to charity and hoard the 30%. Don't let Kotick hear you. Yeah. Don't let Kotick. Don't give him ideas. Why are you helping Kotick? The bro is more than capable enough of thinking up shit ways to monetize these games. We don't need to give him more ideas. Let's not turn this chat into Kotick's favorite fucking chat. Right? Soon we'll have Kotick hanging out in chat going, oh, if I hang out here, I'll get more than enough fucking abilities to monetize my games. Let's not have that. We want to be the most degenerate chat on Twitch, not the most helpful to fucking massive Kotick corporations. Right? Like in games, I've seen people like woke harassing people. It's kind of annoying. There's always, the woke people are always gonna like harass everyone else. That's what they do. It's what they do. Everyone knows that. Another reason why it wouldn't work is because those which are financially challenged would be at a disadvantage compared to those which are better. True. Which everyone at least says they are against when it comes to the rich IRL getting away with literal murder. That would be awesome though. If Kotick actually watched your streams, they would imply we are doing something that piques a very non-social businessman's interest. True. But what would that say of me? If Kotick actually found my streams entertaining, what would that say of me? Is that the moment that I go, I'm in the wrong business? I should start a multi-billion-dollar organization and just shit on people's rights? Because clearly, these are the people that like to hang out with me. Like, am I then in the wrong business? I should clearly get into the oil business then, right? Or cigarettes. Fuck, I can start my own cigarette company. It's still profound to me that cigarette executives are the most hated people on the planet. And there's still people who go into that business. The exact opposite of what you would like. Truth, Massey. Or you can just make that corp and not shit on people. No. That would go against the rules. That you can't have that. Haven't you heard, Razor? Capitalism breeds psychopaths. I mean, people on Twitter have told me that. I've been in a debate right now with people on Twitter, and they have said to me that capitalism is for psychopaths. So if I want to start a business, I must be a psychopath. Otherwise, it won't work. That business will fail. Eleanor, that's the one thing that's true across the world for every fucking company that you work for. Quite a lot, actually. It hasn't gone up much, but it probably will in a year or two after the lawsuit. Aren't you, though? I mean, not quite, but probably communism is the breeding ground of thieves. People on Twitter are always right. Yes, you should trust Twitter. I have found that Twitter is trustworthy. That I put all my faith in Twitter. All my faith. Like, I'll show you guys. They should genuinely change the name to Twitter because I keep typing Twitter whenever I'm searching for it. Want to see where was this argument? Okay, let's quickly see here what argument that I engage in. All right, so Dudaka, your haircut looks dope. Hero effect, thank you very much. Did really appreciate that. All right, so I engaged in a little bit of an argument, of course, like I do almost all the time. So Balular tweeted out what I absolutely agree with, 100%. The Chinese Communist Party are the worst evil scumbags in the fucking world. In the world. This group should be absolutely opposed at every single fucking level. At every level. Communist China, just no. That party is evil. It's literally the party of Satan. But okay, so yeah, they call themselves communists, but they are far away from communism, which of course immediately prompted me to go, so they too aren't implementing it right. 100 years of failed communist states, each one more evil than the last, and yet none of them were communist. Fuck. And yeah, it is the truth, right? Every single time there's a communist regime that fucks up like they do, it's somehow never communism. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's never communism. Communism never gets blamed. While they say their economic system is capitalism, they don't hide that. Okay, no problem. Which again is a lie. Capitalism stands for free market. The state owning the market makes the market not free, therefore not capitalist. Is there anyone in this chat that believes that communist China is capitalist? Because I need to explain this before we go any further. And I realize that most of you don't come here for complex economic theory. But I feel like in a world where so many people are fucking bombarded with bullshit and so many people's education fails them entirely, right? It's important that I do whatever I can to at least educate a little whenever I can. So capitalism has fuck all to do with capital. It has fuck all to do with the growth of capital. Because it shows instantly that you don't even know where the word capitalism comes from. The word capitalism was invented as a slur in France by the socialists who couldn't find a way to combat the free marketeers of France. That was what they were called first. They were free marketeers. The problem with attacking someone that is for free markets is you don't have much to attack. Because literally all they want is people to be free to enter and exit the market as they feel. How do you attack that? What can you possibly say that makes that a bad thing? More freedom, more money, more good for everyone, right? It is more better. So they invented this word, capitalism. It was meant to be a slur. So capitalism has nothing to do with capital or the raising of capital. It has to do with free markets. That's literally what it was supposed to be. If you don't believe me, go and read Adam Smith. Even if you don't agree with the guy, he is the father of capitalism, and therefore surely he should be the guy to explain to you what capitalism actually means. But it just means free markets. That's all it means, right? Free market capitalism isn't the model everyone follows and doesn't work in practice. That sentence makes no fucking sense. Free market capitalism isn't the model everyone follows. Okay, it's literally not the model that anyone follows. No one follows free market capitalism. And it doesn't work in practice. How do you know? How the fuck do you know? Because no one does it. No one has ever done it. America came the closest just after the founding fathers found America. That's when it was the freest that the market has ever been. And that lasted for about 20 years before the first central bank was erected. When the first central bank went up in the US, free market capitalism was over. Because, contrary to popular belief, central banks is literally the opposite of what a free market capitalist society would be. So for 20 years, it worked very well. And even after the erection of the central bank, America's growth, economic growth, right, in the period of the freest time that a market has ever experienced, was crazy. America was growing faster than any other country in the world, even if you normalize for the size of the economy. It was still outgrowing the rest of the world that still haven't been capitalist at that point, but had kings and queens and sort of socialist systems on top of it. Crazy man, thank you for the 2 months up, dude. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Okay, so we're currently living under capitalism, and so are China, just a different model. How does China... Okay, so this is where I lose my fucking mind. This is where I actually wanted to start screaming. Now, regardless of what you believe, right? Regardless of what you believe capitalism to be, when I tell you that capitalism is about free markets, which means there may be no interference in the market by the state. That's what free market capitalism is, right? How can you then say that anyone is currently living under capitalism, or that China is living under a different model of capitalism? What the fuck are you talking about? It's like saying, this is a blue wall, right? And I want a blue wall. Then you paint the wall purple and say, well, it's just a different shade of blue. No, it's a fucking purple wall now. It's no longer a blue wall, right? I wanted a blue wall. Purple is not a different shade of blue. It's a different fucking color. It's purple, not blue, right? It's absolutely astonishing to me. It would basically, let's think of a better example even. It would be like a guy dating another guy and then saying, well, I'm just a different kind of straight. No, you're gay. Like, you're literally actually not straight. You're actually gay. Or a gay guy going, well, I am gay. I'm just a different kind of gay. That's why I'm dating a girl. The fact that you're dating a girl means that you're not gay. Like, you could be bi, but you're definitely not fucking gay because you're dating a girl, right? So to say that this is capitalism, just a different kind of capitalism, is literally making, well, what the fuck are you saying? So you're saying this isn't capitalism because by every single identifier that would identify capitalism as capitalism, no country in the world currently is capitalism, and yet somehow you're saying this is capitalism when it doesn't adhere to any rules whatsoever, right? Actually, I would ask you to show first one capitalist country, and I would actually ask anyone in chat right now that disagrees with me, please name a single capitalist country. Anyone in chat, name a single capitalist country.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible.
I don't like the discussions of these terms of Twitter. Capitalism, socialism, and communism are oversimplified concepts in theory. These words alone cannot properly describe any system of any country that exists in the real world.
What the fuck is going on? Why am I getting two voices speaking here? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck just happened there. But okay, I don't think, I based on the fact that chat is literally not speaking, I'm going to imagine that no one can think of a single capitalist country. And then, of course, we get the old famous, it's not real capitalism, we're currently living under neoliberal capitalism, which, of course, is another made-up fucking word, which means nothing. People work, invest, gain, and build capital, literally showing that you don't understand what capitalism is. Capitalism doesn't mean anarchy, it's the opposite. Okay, so Northern South have just shown that he doesn't have a fucking clue about capitalism or anarchy. Now, to you, I say this, and this is now my new favorite saying in the whole world. I don't want to change your mind. I just don't want to share a country with you. That's it. That is now my new favorite saying. Michael Malice coined it, and I am borrowing it. From this moment forward, I have no interest in changing anyone's mind. I just don't want to share a country with you. That's it. It's as simple as that. You believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, but don't force me to. Simple as. And that's the end of the rant. That's the end of the rant. The world should be under mechanical monarchy, ruled by the Arbiter. No. Fuck your Arbiter, XX. Fuck your Arbiter. But Xnaps, that's why it's not a capitalist society. It's only a capitalist society in the world where we don't fucking give a shit about what capitalism is. And as Arbiter, I accept that. You have to embrace the good side of Twitter, Akko, the memes and possibility to troll people. True. I mean, there are good things, obviously. There are good things on Twitter. Like, Twitter isn't completely fucking horrible, but it's mostly fucking horrible, right? To be honest, neoliberalism is kind of dead. Friedman original theories haven't been applied in years. You still have... Man, I fucking love Friedman. You still have countries with almost no government cost that doesn't give money, i.e. military, or I'm missing something. You don't really have countries these days that don't interfere with the market. Like, you have countries... I would say the closest country in the world that comes to capitalism, that comes to capitalism would be Singapore, right? Singapore is the most capitalist country in the world, and even they have incredible government regulations. Only one side on Twitter is good. That is adult OnlyFans content. But why would you not just go to OnlyFans? Banished God, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. More of that, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get some love for brand new subs in the channel? It's awesome when new people join the Fat Fuckers Club. So let's get some love. Let's welcome people to the Fat Fuckers Club. Everyone should be able to join in the degeneracy that is this chat. At least the Arbiter doesn't have sick, dying, hungry, homeless, jobless citizens. She might be pretty nice to rule Earth. Bro, the brokers are all not the brokers. The attendants are all enslaved to her. So what does that mean? Singapore is expensive, but their taxes are almost non-existent, which I think is a very good thing. I genuinely think that's, like, at least as far as I'm concerned, relatively good, right? I like that they don't have stupid taxes. And I wish that I could live in a place that doesn't have as much taxes. Gonna be enslaved if they don't know about it. I mean, what kind of argument is that? So what you're saying is we should really, like, we could have slave or slavery. The slaves should just not know that they're enslaved. Isn't that, like, a little wrong at least? I feel like that might be a little wrong, right? It's like working dogs. Would a dog not know? I feel like a dog would know. Especially if it's a slave. Because you wouldn't give your dog any love, right? And I think dogs without, like, receiving any sort of affection would know that this is not the best that their life could be. Attendants, were they created with the Arbiter, or did they serve Zuval originally? Do they serve Zuval now? Captain Swanky, very interesting question. Very, very interesting question. it's weird because fuck me. Okay, so let's okay. Let's break it down this way. At first, it would seem like the attendants exist to help a construct arbiter, right, to do her job. We know that the Fate Scribes, for example, which is a different type of attendant, actually has the ability to influence where the arbiter would send a soul. So it might be that the attendants were created as a way, as almost a way to give humanity to this construct, considering that the arbiter, at least based on what we know, it is basically just written with code, right? So the arbiter had the purpose installed as her code, and that purpose determines everything. So they needed a sort of race that could apply different rules in time of need. So if needs be, they could somehow change the rules a little to make sure that things remained fair, even if it didn't necessarily play into the purpose. If that makes sense. Okay, so this could be why someone like what's his name now? Alexandros Mograine. Alexander Mograine, why he ended up in Maldraxxus rather than going to Bastion. Even though, by all accounts, he believes that he should have been in Bastion, right, until we show him what happens in Bastion. But he probably would have ended up there considering that he served the light in life. And it seems like most light-bound creatures will end up in Bastion. So they may have been the ones that interfered there, right, and changed his fate to make sure that he goes to the right place, yeah? But then there's another problem with the idea that they served prior. So based on your question, you want to know, did the attendants serve Zuval, or are they a later addition to Oribos specifically? And to that, I would actually argue they're a later addition, simply because they don't even remember who the Banished One is. According to them, they don't even know his real name. They know that he's the Banished One. They don't know when he was banished, how long ago he was banished. They don't really know what happened before. Now, it could be that their minds were wiped, right? So as part of this grand scheme to install a new arbiter, they decided to wipe the attendants' sort of memory, so that the attendants would now only serve this guy, right? Or this new construct that would become the arbiter. That said, though, the brokers say that the arbiter wasn't always as benevolent as she is now. And of course, the brokers there are referring to when Zuval was the arbiter. So Zuval clearly had different ways of judging souls and different ideas when it came to judging souls. So the attendance is definitely a very interesting topic to me when it comes to the overall story of the Shadowlands. If we're going to dive into what I would consider to be lore relevant conversation, the attendants stand out as almost foreign to the Shadowlands. Actually, if you look at the whole of Oribos doesn't look as if it belongs in the Shadowlands. Like, just look at the whole Oribos. Look at the architecture of Oribos. It resembles nothing of the rest of the Shadowlands. It doesn't look like any of the other realms. It doesn't even completely look like the first one artifacts that we see in the other realms. Like, it's similar in that it almost looked like it may have been designed in the same time period, but not by the same architecture, right? Or architect. So Oribos immediately stands out as very weird. And it is possible that whoever sort of ordered the Shadowlands, be that the first ones, be that the Titans could be the first one, so that is possible, right? Whoever ordered the original Shadowlands, right, and turned it into what it is now, decided to build these attendants, and then they decided, and this is sort of big brain five head Because we know that the original, or the Arbiter that we have now, after they banished Zuval, they took his essence, his anima, to create the Arbiter. And these beings that built Ouroboros, right, and the attendants, decided to give the attendants the ability to interfere with the Arbiter in case the Arbiter did stuff that they didn't want. So basically as a way to protect their own interests within the Shadowlands. So they say to the Eternal Ones, hey, you can have your Arbiter and your Arbiter will make things, right? Your Arbiter can make rules, can make laws, it's fine, it's all good, we're not going to interfere. However, we do need something to protect our interests in the afterlife. And so we give you the Fate Scribes, we give you the Attendants. They will be our eyes and ears here. They will ensure that if a soul comes in, and that soul really should be going to a different place than what the Arbiter decides, that soul ends up where we want the soul to be, right? So this could be another sort of insight into the conquering of the Shadowlands, which is my theory at least, yeah? My theory is that the Shadowlands originally belonged to the Eternal Ones, with Zuval as the master of the Shadowlands. And then, either through the actions of the Eternal Ones and Zuval, or the actions of Zuval alone, or just generally the different cosmological forces wishing to take over certain parts of the Shadowlands was conquered by an outside force. A force that wanted something new, something different, right? So that would be my 5/8 theory on the Shadowlands, as it were. That's also why I believe Zuval says they will learn death was never meant to be chained, because whoever attacked the Shadowlands chained death. It ensured that death could not actually... Death couldn't do anything. It couldn't really live up to its full potential, right? Because of its chaining. So yeah, that would be my 5/8 theory on it. I don't know if people in chat disagree or agree with that, but that's how I read it at least. Ali Gale, how you doing? Prometheus, how you doing, brother? Death Under Achiever confirmed. How would you have written Shadowlands? Oh. It's a difficult question, right? How would I have written the Shadowlands? Pringles, wow. Coming in here with the hard questions on a Tuesday afternoon. Vanipier, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Give me some love in chat. Brand new member of the Fat Fuckers Club. Absolutely should be celebrated. You made the right choice, bro. Welcome to the best club in town. Absolutely appreciate you being here, bro. All right. How would I have written the Shadowlands? Well, first, it couldn't have started in the Shadowlands, right? That I think was Blizzard's first mistake, was starting the Shadowlands in the Shadowlands. And I think I need to describe or explain what that means. For every other expansion that we've ever had in World of Warcraft, there's been a lot of preamble, as well as a lot of sort of setup, right? A lot of exposition, if you will, within the expansion. Shadowlands is the first expansion where there really was no preamble, no exposition. The only exposition we really have is the Drust and a little bit of Bwonsamdi and the Loa. But considering how little role the Loa and the Drust actually play, like what the small role that they play in the whole of the Shadowlands, it isn't good enough, right? It's not good enough to get people in. So I would actually have written the Shadowlands very differently. So after BFA, or rather in patch 8.3, N'Zoth isn't defeated. Instead, the next expansion, we actually deal with the Emerald Dream. Why the Emerald Dream? Because we already know that the Emerald Dream and Ardenweald is linked. They're basically the same place, just on different planes of existence. So through the Emerald Dream, I would have revealed truths and elements of truth of Ardenweald. I may even have designed a small little quest chain where you go through the back door in the Emerald Dream to get into Ardenweald, right? So give people a little bit of a look into Ardenweald as what is this place, and then learn a little bit maybe about the Winter Queen. Winter Soldier, thank you for the tier 2 sub to tier 2. Bro, 12 months in a row, really appreciate that. And it seems for the first time in months, you guys have activated the hype train. Do you guys realize that it's been months since we've actually activated the Skamars train? So give yourselves a round of applause. Round of applause to everyone in chat. You can all pat yourselves on the fucking shoulder. Skamars train has happened. I really appreciate that. Now see if we can level it up. You can follow as well. I think follows count for the hype train. So if you're not followed to the channel, what the fuck are you doing? More importantly, if you're not subbed to the Fat Fuckers Club, what the fuck are you doing? But okay, back to what I was saying. So I would have done that, right? That introduces at least an element of the Shadowlands. It means that people like myself, like you guys, the players, actually know that there's something there, right? And we start to learn about it. We get some exposition on it. I would have spent the whole of the next expansion after BFA fighting N'Zoth and maybe eventually killing N'Zoth at the end of that expansion, but at great cost to us, right? And maybe even learning through N'Zoth about the other realms of the dead, considering that N'Zoth warned us, right, that Sylvanas is going to rip open the sky and unleash darkness into the world. Maybe N'Zoth shows us what is happening on the other side. Maybe we get to deal with the Nathrezim again. Maybe the Nathrezim actually interferes and we actually fight the Nathrezim, right? So I think you guys are getting what I'm saying. I would have spent that expansion giving exposition to the Shadowlands and then go into the Shadowlands, right? Because now I have allowed players to learn about the Shadowlands. I've allowed players to learn about areas within the Shadowlands. I've done quest chains where people learn about Zuvul, but I would have done it in such a way that I don't give them his name. Like, I don't tell them who he is. I just teach them about this mysterious being that wishes to destroy the world, and it leaves almost everyone going, what the fuck is this? What the hell is going on? Who is this? And then you suddenly get this reveal at the launch of Shadowlands. It's Zuvul. The problem right now is that we look at Zuvul and we think, well, right? Who gives a shit? We don't know anything about this guy. When he was revealed for the first time, most people had no idea who he was, nor really cared, right? And that would be the thing that I would have done. That's how I would have written Shadowlands. So not even starting on the story currently, but it would have started earlier. Even before we got to the Shadowlands, there should have been exposition. Because I feel like that is what Shadowlands is failing on most. It's not the story. The story in Shadowlands is actually fine. It's actually a cool story. It's nothing wrong with the story. It's the fact that there's no reason for you to care about the story. So why would you? Because I'm literally showing you the third movie of Lord of the Rings without having showed you the first two. So you have no idea who these characters are. You have no idea why these characters matter. They're just sort of there. What Blizzard needs to do is they need to show us the first two movies. And that is why I think Shadowlands failed. And that is what I would have changed. I would have shown people the first two movies. I would have given people a reason to get excited about this place and a reason to at least try to understand the place. Yeah. I know that's not exactly what you asked, Pringles, but I can't really answer the other part because that would be a 4-hour answer, right? Because I would now need to go into every single quest line and describe how I would have told every single quest line, and I don't think that really matters, right? I don't think that really matters because at the end of the day, World of Warcraft has never been good at telling every detail of the story. A lot of the time in World of Warcraft, we get sort of broken story and sort of in-between story and not quite the story, right? But we get enough of not quite the story that we can fill in the gaps, you know, and that's what's fun. That's what makes speculation fun, is we get to fill in the gaps that is left open. The problem with Shadowlands is that there's a gaping gap, and the gaping gap is literally the fucking start. So I don't know what to speculate on, because I don't even know where to start in the story. I try my best. I try to bring out videos every single day that speculate on the story, but I'll tell you, it's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Like, I've been a speculator since Legion, and this is the first time in my life that I don't really feel comfortable speculating on the story. Half the time I'm sitting there going, I want to talk about these things, but I don't know these things. I don't know these things, so I don't really know what to speculate. Like, I can speculate on where they may start or what may have started it, but I don't know, because I don't even know what they are right now. So that would have been the way I would have written the story if it was me, right? Marcillion in here with a rating party of 110. Ladies and gentlemen, can we say hello and welcome to the people of Marcillion. Happy to have you guys here. How was the stream? Did you have fun, bro? Legolas, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know. This is the degenerate chat of Twitch. So if you're a degenerate and you feel like you don't always fit in anywhere else, you might find this at home. Happy to have you guys. Was good, dude. Happy to hear that, Marcillion. Happy to hear that, bro. But you would have wanted to spend 2 of those parts in Outland? Zafar, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that, bro. Degenerates Unite? Absolutely. Absolutely. We've had, I would say we've had quite a few degenerate conversations. At this point, we've only been live for like an hour and 40 minutes, and we've probably already had like 8 or 9 degenerate conversations, but the last 2 conversations have been completely lore related. So for those of you that don't know what I do, if this is your first time in the stream, we do lore, right? That's what I do here. Most of the time, we do lore. Sometimes we talk about sex. Actually, we talk about sex a lot. I'm lying if I say sometimes. We talk about sex. We can talk about politics, even though, please know, if you want to get into a political debate with me, I will piss you off. Just like I piss everyone else off. We talk about food quite a lot. Obviously, look at me. Why wouldn't I talk about food a lot? Yeah, that's basically it. I'm kidding. Going to go eat something. The ones roam the forest. Have fun, Marcillion. Have fun, bro. Or about sex in lore. Yeah, we could do that too. Have a good stream, bud, and take care, chat. Marcillion, thank you much for the raid, bro. Really appreciate it. Have fun with dinner. Been here for quite some time, and I still don't know what the fuck we do. Where's it going? True. What part of the world you be in? I'm from South Africa, Lawn Walker. We retcons a bunch of things. Manius 1, yeah, but that would go far too deep into that analogy, right? And I don't want to go that deep into the analogy, but the analogy works. The current problem with Shadowlands is the fact that you've jumped into movie 3 of Lord of the Rings and you haven't seen the first 2 Lord of the Rings. So I genuinely think it still works. Marcillion, thank you very much for the on sub. Did really appreciate it. 2 months in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, follow suit. That's what we need. More people in the Fat Fucker Club. Really appreciate that, bro. Mighty, thanks for the faulty, bro.
Hey, Edit Colin, how's everything? Got to watch Fall and Rise?
I have not yet watched Fall and Rise, Mighty Ranadin. I have not yet had time. Weekends for me is pretty busy. So Saturdays I write scripts, and then I went out on Saturday. We went drinking. We went to Hooters. I was in Hooters for the first time in my life. It wasn't as good as people say it is. Yeah, it was fine, right? I don't get why people go to Hooters, to be fair. The drink is quite expensive. I didn't have food, but, you know, yeah, the drink was quite expensive. And the goals were hot, but you can't do anything. You can just watch, which to me seems like a very big waste of fucking hormones. So yeah, after that we went to a place called Decanteur, which in English would be the office, right? It's a new bar that opened up just close to me. So we were there for the rest of the night at Decanteur, and then people started hitting each other, like fights broke out. So we got a little bit of entertainment as well while drinking. And then on Sunday, obviously I have the Lovecraft episode as well as scripts and recordings. And then on Mondays I have the Shill Show. So I get very few hours in the day where I can actually just like watch something. Which is so stupid. It's already very bad. Won't even run on my iPad. Wait, Twitch won't run on your iPad? How's that? I'm sure there's other people that watch Twitch on the iPad. Boom. The next expansion, if Blizzard is going to continue with the story that they laid down in Shadowlands, will have to be an expansion that explains the Shadowlands. So Wrath of Zuval could actually work if it fills in a lot of the gaps that Shadowlands has. I could actually get behind a Wrath of Zuval expansion. Obviously, the name would be different, but yeah. Zig6, I don't have Twitch on my phone, so I don't know. Rain, how you doing? Hooters is pointless for me too, unless they got some big lady decks under those short skirts, short shorts. And I don't think Hooters was made for gaming. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's what they cater for, right? So it would make sense that you wouldn't find anything at Hooters. Don't get me wrong. There were some fucking stupidly hot chicks at Hooters. But you know that they're friendly with you just so they can get a tip. So what's the fucking point? No point. Rain, I'm doing well. Thank you much for asking. I'm doing very well. I mean, first day of the week streaming again, so can't really complain. Just thinking about a lot of content that I want to make and how I'm going to fit all of the content that I want to make into my already fucking full schedule. So the app discriminates? 6-6? So you think the Twitch app doesn't like you because you're Chinese? Is that why you think it's doing that? Like the app saw through the camera, this is a Chinese dude, let's not work for him. There should be Hooters made for women and gay male customers. There were a ton of women in the Hooters, just to be fair. So I think Hooters is made for women. Like there was a ton. There was even a guy, actually, fuck, I almost forgot about this story. There was a guy, I swear to God, I'm not making it up. And to me, this is just the lowest of the fucking low. We're standing there, we're drinking our beers, right? We're just sort of hanging out. And the table just opposite us, like literally just next to us, the guy goes on one knee and proposes to his girlfriend in Hooters, bro. In fucking Hooters. She is kind of fucking drunk, right? She is kind of drunk. She's sort of stuttering around. He almost fell over going down on one knee. And I remember just looking at it and going, bro, outside in the parking lot would have been more romantic than this. You're in a bar where everyone's drinking. There's sports on the televisions. There's a song playing in the background that may as well put you in some backwater area where, you know, mums are cousins and cousins are mums. And you're proposing to your fucking girlfriend. Why? Why there? Why the fuck there? So that was interesting. Definitely not the best place to propose. Like, if you're going to propose, it has to be, in my opinion, right? It has to be romantic. Is there anyone who has Hooters as their favorite place to hang out, though? Like, it has to be romantic. Like, take your partner away for a weekend, do it with an open fire and fucking snow and just beautiful lights or the moon or the stars. Something fucking romantic. This is you asking the girl to spend the rest of her life with you, right? Not in fucking Hooters. Be her big day and you're gonna propose in a Hooters? That dude is level 20, dumbass. Could have been worse. How would it have been worse? Zerkito. That's nothing. I've seen someone propose in Spur. Jesus. You actually see a lot of females at Hooters. It blows my mind. True. Propose in Castle Nathria. Yeah, if only it was real. Xiang in a graveyard may not be worse. It's possible that they're both emo and they like the graveyard. So the graveyard could be very romantic for some people. My erratic mind, we're talking about where to propose to your girlfriend. Valestros, I feel like if you're going into marriage, like if you ask your girlfriend, right, to marry you, knowing full well, and at the time maybe even thinking, at least divorce exists, then I'm gonna suggest something that I realize is controversial and might be seen as sort of revolutionary, but maybe you shouldn't propose then? Maybe if your first thought is at least divorce is an option, then you should not even ask the question. That's just me, of course. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's exactly what you should be thinking when you're asking the question. While my dick is in her mouth? Again, I don't think that's the perfect time. Like if you're in the middle of pre-coitus, right? So you're in the middle of like warm-up, shall we call it? I also don't think that's the best time to pop the question. Because, you know, mouths are occupied at this point. People are busy with other things. It might confuse the whole situation. So again, gonna say maybe not then. You know? Afterwards, right? You're lying on the fire in front of the fireplace. You're just sort of cuddling. Maybe then popping the question could be seen as somewhat romantic. Yeah? But during, kind of cheesy, I think. Prince, how you doing, brother? I would like to know from the girls. Would you, when would you find the best time for a proposal? During foreplay, during sex, or after sex? Or maybe, well, it's almost always going to be before sex whenever the guy asks, right? Because who doesn't get asked to get married and then have sex afterwards? So I feel like you don't actually have to put that as before sex, because technically it's always going to be before sex when you ask the girl to marry you. To feel like her parents were there when I asked? She said yes. Ollie, you see, that is it. That is it. You're making a fucking effort. I like that. Am I married? No, I dodged that bullet. Like, not even trying. I don't even have to do Matrix shit. Look at me. Do I look like I'm fucking married? Yeah, Ollie did it right. That's how it should be, Ollie. So, fucking round of applause to Ollie. Let's give him some emote spam. That's how you should propose to your girlfriend. Because then you know he has post-nut clarity and you know he means it. Jesus. So you're saying if the guy asks before sex, it might just be that he's horny. Gives me an idea. Before giving a blowjob, sliding on a proposal cock ring around his pleasure stick. Wait, but that would be you asking. Say, Arena. So you're the one asking now. Not wrong, though. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I don't think I could do that. I'm sorry. I don't think I could be in a relationship where I'm the one being asked to get married. It's definitely, yeah, that wouldn't be my thing. But also, I don't think I would necessarily be in a relationship with a girl who thought that it was her job to ask. Like, it would be very clear from the beginning, it's my job to ask that question, and I will ask it when I'm good and ready to ask the fucking question, and also when I'm certain that you're ready for the question to be asked. But I don't think I would be in a relationship with someone who wanted to be the one to ask the question. I don't know. I'm just old school, I think, in that regard. I'm a fat cunt and I'm married. Mikimoto, you're lucky. You're lucky. To be fair, though, I think the reason I'm not married isn't necessarily because I'm fat, although that might have something to do with it. It's more the case that I never leave my house. That might be it. So unless the girl falls out of a fucking plane and her parachute lands her in my house, probably not going to happen, right? Yes, I do not agree with that. You see, I think this is actually one of the things that I despise about a lot of guys, right? And I say this as a fat cunt. The way that some guys let themselves go after marriage, and then you wonder why there's so many men that complain that their wives don't have sex with them. Like, bro, when she married you, you had a fucking V-line and a six-pack. Now, you look like you could be running for fucking Senate. You know? Take care of yourself, Jesus. And it's sort of sad when you see these women that take absolute fucking care of themselves. They look so gorgeous, even in their 40s. And then the guy is this fat fucking slob. And you're like, bro, your wife is doing everything in her fucking power to stay sexy and relevant. And you're over there eating pizza and getting even fatter. Take care of yourself, you motherfucker. Give her something to fucking look forward to. When you remove your shirt, I believe this should be the case literally up until maybe the age of like 60, yeah? After 60, I don't know how people still have sex. But before 60, it should be a case of you take off your shirt and your girl should actually fucking start breathing deeply. Dave, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. But staying fit isn't just in marriage. It should be done just to live. Agreed. Darren, absolutely agreed. This is one of the few channels where you're absolutely allowed to fat shame. I'm fat, I'm allowed to do it. Thereby, all of you viewers, you're allowed to do it too. There's a reason I go to the gym every single day, right? There's a reason why I eat as healthy as humanly possible. Because I know that how I look right now is not a good fucking look. Like I told you guys, that bullshit quotes I just made up from Joe Lycett, right? Life is like a box of chocolates. It doesn't last long when you're fat. I'm definitely not big boned. If only. If only I was big boned, I could argue that, yeah, I'm just big boned, but I'm really fucking not. I'm actually extremely small, considering. I remember going to the doctor once, because this was when I was much younger, and my aunt and mother sort of thought that there might be some hormonal something wrong. And I remember the doctor looking at me and said, you should absolutely not be overweight. Do you have any idea how bad this is for you? And I was like, why? And he said, well, your bone structure was never built to support this kind of mass. You are far too large for your bone structure. Like, I have small wrists. I'm tall. Like, I'm 6'1", but I have small wrists, small ankles. I'm definitely not built to be this fucking large, chubby guy. So true, I gained like 33 pounds after being in a relationship with my girlfriend. Now I feel guilty. Just have sex, bro. It's good exercise. It's not just thing as big bone, medically speaking, truth. You've started to look better by the day, though, Akko, if you compare it with a year ago. True. I do look better, far better now. And PP in my pocket, just in case you play new Frostbank. Oh, I do want to play the new Frostbank. It looks as if it's going to be fucking off the hook. I'm 5'10 and weigh around 70 kgs. I have been boxing for around 11 years though, so I've always been in good shape. That's good, Ollie. With a lot of sex, hot sex works way better. Truth. But it also depends on how you're having sex. Like if you have sort of bedhead after you've had sex, you're doing it wrong. Like that then doesn't count as exercise. If she's the one doing all of the work, you're not fucking exercising, right? So yeah, I would say sex can be good exercise if you're doing it right. "20 years in prison with my GF." Wait, in prison, Ness? Partner is 6 foot and loves to remind me of it. Wait, Ollie, you actually have a girlfriend that's taller than you. That's interesting. Got the same problem. Bone structure coupled with being a really short chick. I just balloon up when I gain weight, trying to lose it though. It's not as hard as people think it is. It's just you have to stick to your guns. And one of the most important lessons I've ever learned when it comes to like weight loss, when you fail, so let's say you're having a chocolate, never get into the mindset of, well, it's over now. One evening of cheating or doing something that you're not supposed, or eating something you're not supposed to, doesn't just erase the months that you've been good, right? That one evening is going to make no difference. The problem is so many fucking people, they stick to their diet for 3 months and then they have one night where they, you know, basically eat a burger or fries or whatever, and then just they give up as if, okay, well, fuck it, now I'll just go back to eating shit again. No, just tomorrow morning, go back on your diet, just do it again. In fact, I've actually found that I lose more weight if you have, like, every once in a while you'll have a cheat day. Your body does seem to respond to having different types of food. Even if it's not always great food, just having a little bit of a break does actually work, right? Angry Russian Beard, thank you for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I'm close to her height when I have shoes on. I am massively punching. I have no idea why my partner loves me. I'm told I'm an idiot, and this makes me attractive. If a girl tells you that you're an idiot, it's almost always a love language, right? Ollie, are you English or British? Because in England, if you're called a cunt by your girlfriend, you know she loves you. It's how English girls express their love. I know, I've dated 2 British chicks, and that was actually the first time in my life that I was called a cunt by my girlfriend. And I remember the first time she called me that, and I was genuinely thinking, the fuck did I do wrong? Like, genuinely. I remember I was standing in the kitchen, and I said something, and she went, "Oh, you cunt." And I thought, oh, that's a mean thing to fucking say. I didn't think that what I just said was that horrible. Like, I didn't think it was that controversial, right? And so I asked her, what the fuck did I do? Why are you swearing at me? She's like, no, nothing. I'm not angry. I'm like, you just called me a cunt. I was like, yeah. Yeah, but that's not a good thing. She said, no, it's a great thing. Don't worry about it. So I eventually figured out, oh, that is apparently a love language. I'm an American and would love to date a British girl. They were so nice to me in London. Dave plays, accents go a long way in England, I have found. I'm a fat fucker, but I wasn't always. I wish I could exercise, but due to back injury, I definitely know. I know a few people that due to back injuries and injuries, either of weight or because of weight, or just because of life, that sort of puts them in this place where they can't do shit, right? Is it like that in Australia too? Yeah, well, Australians love the word cunt, right? Is 165 small or large? I don't know. How much is 165 pounds in actual units? 165 freedom units in kg. Yeah, how much is that? 74. Yeah, 74 is pretty small, I suppose. I could definitely not... If I weighed 74, I would be way too skinny. Inferno Master 36. You're 300 pounds. Jesus. I don't actually know. Let's see. How much am I? Yeah, also about 300. It's actually not that big. It's big, but it's not 500, right? G. How do you say that, princess? Like, G-jet. G-jet. What does that mean? I think if you tell me what it means, I'll have... Did you eat yet? G-jet. And that is somehow faster than just saying that you eat yet? G-jet? Aye. What the fuck is that? Why did you cut out all the words? I'll cut out all the words and I'll use two sounds. Because that's effectively what it is. You've basically cut out all of the words, right? And you've just made two sounds, and those two sounds now mean something. I'm not Aussie, but it's great. GJ, yes, cunt. Yeah, I would be lost in Australia. Like, the amount of just shortenings of things just doesn't make sense. In South will yell, get to know to her? The fuck? I don't know how to pronounce that. Can confirm I have several injuries, including post-op knee surgery. Just came from gym. Was able to deadlift 110 kgs without pain. Ilithus, nice. I'm actually deadlifting tonight. Yep. Getting out of here. See, I'm glad that I live in South Africa and our English doesn't have those weird things. I'm having a hard enough time keeping up with all of the Twitch lingo to then also have to learn, like, my own country's lingo would be sad as fuck. But yeah, we're having deadlifts tonight at gym as well. I'm looking forward to that. Deadlift is my favorite thing ever. Like, it is absolutely my favorite exercise in the gym. I get excited when I know that it's deadlift time. South African is just the butchering of English and Dutch together. No, it's not. It really isn't. There's very little influence of Afrikaans in English or English and Afrikaans in South Africa. Canada is easy. Just say a boot and add a to the end of your sentences. A boot. It's not just a boot. It's like they have a couple of words that's the oot sound rather than about, as you're supposed to say it. Southern slang, buddy. But if you want to know a lot weird, listen to Jeff Foxworthy. He says some of the best ones. I'll give it a listen. Was going to gym last year, but gave it up. I was sore all the time. Sure, I was looking good, but fuck it. I never felt I could use that gain strength. Or how long did you gym for? Hoos. A boot. The hoos. Why the fuck would you speak that? How did that accent even develop? Tabby, to be fair, not all Canadians say a boot. I have Canadian friends, and some Canadians don't say a boot, and some do. So I don't know which area in Canada says a boot, but it's not all the areas in Canada that says a boot. Does back, abs, glutes, legs, deadlift, has it all, and it's so primal, just heaving weight up. True. My favorite word in USA is y'all. I can never say y'all. I can't say that. Not with a serious face. Like, I can't walk into a conversation and go, "Sup, y'all?" No. No. What's a famous Southern comedian? He makes you bust out laughing. I love comedians, so I'll definitely check him out. Have a good one. Sup, y'all? It's your boy. It's Asmongold. I say dagummit. Dagummit. Which slang, goddammit. Live in the South for 1 year and you will say y'all. I will never say y'all. I won't say it as a proper fucking, like, way of speaking. No. Change of it, but has there been any official news about 9.2? No. At this point, Blizzard is only really giving us news about 9.15, and they've sort of given us all the news on 9.15 so far, at least. I think that's everything that's coming. You can expect 9.2 news to only come out once 9.15 goes live, right? So I would say start looking for 9.2 news about 2-3 weeks after 9.15 goes live. This is when you'll start to see at least some news filter out about 9.2. But I wouldn't hold my breath, because I think 9.15 is going to come out and it's probably going to be at least a month, maybe even a month and a half before they even start talking about 9.2 PTR. Is anyone actually a crikey in Australia? I think that would be my favorite from there. I don't know. Any Australians in chat? Do you guys actually say crikey? Or is that just a trope made up by the rest of the world? I feel like we may not even get an official 9.2, just another 9.1. That would be sad. Topic, this war map breakdown of war at end of ARR is cool. They need interactive map style quest convo in WoW. Oh, I'm forgiven, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about, and I love it myself. Forget 9.2. Blizzard needs to say something about 10.0 to stem the bleeding of subs. 9.2, I think, would do more than enough to actually create hype. I don't think they even need to worry about a 9, like a 10.0 to bring back subs. If Blizzard blew us away with 9.2, if 9.2 gave us everything we had wished for and everything that we had hoped for, and it fixes the game at a fundamental level, I think 9.2 would be perfectly fine. Rage Darling, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Happy to have all of you here. Rage Darling, how did you enjoy Final Fantasy? For those of you that didn't know, Rage Darling just decided today to play Final Fantasy for the first time. So, interested to know what you thought. Are you going to be like me? I hated my first 30 levels. Absolutely despised the first 30 levels. Couldn't stand it. And then I fell in love with it. Anyways, welcome to everyone that is from Rage's stream. Very happy to have you here. This is the most degenerate chat in on Twitch. Yeah, I hated it. Rage Darling, you should ask Alex, my editor, how much I complained. Because when I first started playing Final Fantasy, it was about 2 months before the hype for Final Fantasy started. People in my chat were sort of bugging me with Final Fantasy, right? They kept saying, no, you should play Final Fantasy. You should try it. It's very good. It's very good. And I kept saying, I will never fucking play that game. And then after a while, I was like, okay, fine. I'll make a video about it. I'll give you my honest fucking thoughts on it. And if I don't like it, I'm going to be brutally honest and say that this is a shit game, because I know that this is going to be a shit game. It's for weeaboos and fucking weird people. I'm not going to like this game. So I started playing the game, and I was right. I fucking loathed it. I complained the whole time. Alex is actually busy making a sort of montage of all of my complaints in the early levels of Final Fantasy. Like, we're gonna release a video, actual behind the scenes footage of a WoW veteran's first Final Fantasy experience, because I was complaining about everything. Like, oh my god, I run so fucking slow. The fucking combat is so slow. They talk so much. This is so fucking boring. I hate the lack of voices. Why is there no sounds? Why aren't the NPCs at least saying some words before they give you walls of text to read? I was complaining about everything. And then at level 30, I started to, like, learn about the primals and the story, and suddenly I was like, ooh, I wonder what that's about. And so I started playing, like, I still despise some of the stuff, but now I wanted to know the next part of the story. Like, I wanted to see sort of what comes next, right? And before I knew it, I was just playing because it was fun. I no longer gave a fuck. I was literally just playing because it's fun. And now I'm loving it. Now, in my opinion, Final Fantasy is probably the best MMO currently on the market. I would actually say by a mile. It's the best MMO on the market. Which is weird. I thought they would at least do voiceover for the introduction. So, rage stalling, you have to... Once you understand why there's so few voiceover scenes in the ARR, when they remade... Because remember, they had to rebuild the entire Final Fantasy after 1.0. 1.0 was a complete mess. It was a complete failure. So basically, Yoshi P came in. They fired most of the developers. They hired brand new developers. And they basically sat and they remade the entire game. The problem was they had an extremely limited budget. Like, Square Enix wasn't prepared to give them a shit ton of money to do voiceovers and stuff. So they had to use voiceover in very specific places where it would make the most impact. That's why you only have like a handful of voiceover scenes in ARR. It does pick up in later expansions. Like, I'm told by the time you reach Shadowbringers, most of the important parts are completely voiceovered. But yeah, they sort of had to cut a lot of voiceover because they just didn't have the money to actually do the voiceover. Remember, I get what you're saying. And Quantum Delta is correct. They had very little time as well. I'm told that at some point, Square Enix just wanted to cut the whole fucking thing. They were ready to just cut the game. Just say, well, no, screw it. We're not even going to go there. 9.2 can't be good since it will more of the same. People left because the game has become way too stagnant, aside from all failed ventures like Islands, Wolfruns, Torghast. Also, our player base is aging at the point that people can't play 4 hours the game a day every day. And if you are somewhat competitive, you miss 1 week and it feels so bad. The game needs a revamp at the moment. I would say that the one revamp that World of Warcraft needs more than any other is for new players. Not actually even for older players. Like, yes, older players need a revamp. We need less systems that sort of rely, or our power level should rely less on external systems and more on just the things that we want to do. But I would say that the worst part of the game right now is for new players. I've been watching quite a few videos. I watched a video live on stream of a Final Fantasy veteran trying World of Warcraft for the very first time. They got to level 55 and they quit. They just gave up. They can no longer play the game. And then I've been watching a bunch of other videos from people who've been playing MMOs for a long time, but they're now trying World of Warcraft for the first time. And almost everyone have the exact same complaint when it comes to World of Warcraft. They don't know what the fuck's going on. They're a brand new player dropped into BFA with no idea who any of the characters are that they're supposed to care about. They're introduced to Anduin. Who the fuck is Anduin? They're introduced to Jaina. They don't know who Jaina is. The Gilterans, who gives a shit? They don't know any of the lore. They don't know any of the history. So if World of Warcraft wants to bring in new players and stop its aging player base from basically being its main player base, they will have to revamp the entire early game quest design to the point where people play the game and at the end, reaching max level, understand the full story of World of Warcraft. You think Blizz will go with retail and Classic Plus simultaneously to cover more different game styles? I mean, retail is not an RPG. It's just the raid simulator. A good Classic Plus as online RPG would perfectly fit. Evandas, I actually am... There's not a single part of me that's hyped for Classic Plus. I think Classic Plus is, at least as Blizzard is currently marketing it, I don't think it's going to have any effect. Because all you're basically going to be doing is the same shit you've been doing, right? Miss Charmy, thanks for the prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Can we get some love in chat? Another member joining the Fat Fuckers Club. Always happy to have you. I think, so for me, a Classic Plus that would have worked, right? Absolutely would have worked, is a Classic Plus that introduces new content. So imagine a Classic where new dungeons, new raids, class differences or class changes, basically turning Classic into old school RuneScape. That would have worked. The current thing that they have with just the reset every 6 months, like, why would you do that? So you're just going to go through the leveling process every single fucking time to do the same shit you did before? I wouldn't play that shit. I wouldn't. But can you imagine a Classic with new dungeons, new raids, a housing system, more professions going deeper? That would be really cool. And that's actually something that I think people would resub for. I would play that game. But just a reset of Classic. I mean, Classic is boring enough as it fucking is. Having a reset every 6 months is really not going to make it any better, at least for me. If they evolve it, but microtransactions would ruin it. Plus, yeah, Bobby Kotick and the team seems far more interested in actually monetizing Classic Plus than what they actually want to make it a good experience. Also, what are your thoughts on what Ascension is doing at the moment and for the future of 21 Classes Alpha? Okay, so I played a little bit of Ascension, right? This was I think, a few years ago. I didn't like it. It's sort of fun for the first hour or two, and then it just becomes messy, right? It just becomes completely messy. So, yeah, I would say no. I'm not a huge fan of Ascensions. I think it's an interesting idea, but I do still like the idea of classes. Like, for example, I've never been a fan of something like ESO, right? In ESO, where you basically have these fluid class design systems, I hate that. I want a class. If I pick a mage, my mage should do certain things, okay? And I don't want my mage to be able to do things that a mage shouldn't necessarily be able to do. Like, for example, be able to tank. No, a mage shouldn't be able to tank. If it's a battle mage, that's a different story. But even then, battle mages tend to not be main tanks. They can be off tanks, but not main tanks. So I'm not a huge fan of fluid class design. I prefer more rigid class design, but that is a personal preference, right? It's not necessarily something that everyone would like. Sideris, what are my thoughts on the crafting system in Final Fantasy? I think the crafting system in Final Fantasy is next level. You can play the whole of Final Fantasy and only ever craft and still have the time of your life, since every single crafting job is almost a game in and of itself. I think it's absolutely next level. WoW can learn so much from the crafting system in Final Fantasy. So much. I mean, look, there's a reason why I say, and I realize that this is, for a lot of people, a controversial opinion, but there is an actual reason why I believe Final Fantasy right now is the best MMO on the market, right? And why I believe that Final Fantasy is miles ahead of World of Warcraft. First and foremost, the things that Yoshi P and his team is able to do, right, with a far smaller budget than World of Warcraft has, is astounding. That game caters for every single play style. Whatever you want to do. Literally whatever you want to do. Whatever you find fun in a game, that game caters to you. it doesn't cater to you in the same way that World of Warcraft tries to do it. So in World of Warcraft, whenever they introduce a system, they try to keep the system relevant by forcing everyone to do the system. In Final Fantasy, they have far more of a do what you want, not do what you must system, where they introduce a system, they realize that this system is going to be for a small portion of the community, but it doesn't matter, right? Because this system is going to be for a portion of the community. From story design to class design or job design in this instance, to even raid design, in my opinion, Final Fantasy is World of Warcraft years ahead. Now, the one point of contention that I'm willing to secede on is raid design, where I think World of Warcraft is incredible with their raid designs. But I think it's more a case of it's different, right? It's different raid design, but both of them have really cool elements to it. So there's cool elements in World of Warcraft and their raid design, and there's very cool elements in Final Fantasy and their raid design. And both do a decently good job of entertaining their player base. But then you add things into Final Fantasy, like the no echo minimum item level runs that you can do, and suddenly all raids become relevant. You can go back and do a very old raid and still experience it as it was meant to be experienced. So imagine if World of Warcraft had that. I've said this in the past. Imagine if you could go back right now and experience Arthas, the fight against the Lich King, as it was meant and as it was at the time of the fight. So when we were in Wrath and we were doing ICC, imagine if you could go do Arthas at that difficulty. And before people go, dude, they can never do that because classes were different, they can update the bosses. They can make sure that Arthas is updated so that it provides the same level of challenge for players now. It can be done. So that's where I put Final Fantasy's raid design above World of Warcraft, is the ability to go back and do old things and actually enjoy the old things as it was meant to be enjoyed. I just think all over, Final Fantasy is a more complete game at this point, but I want to make it clear also to everyone in chat, that doesn't mean that World of Warcraft can't get there. Because if we go pound for pound, World of Warcraft has a shit ton of content, old and new. World of Warcraft has incredible lore, old and new, and that which is yet to come. World of Warcraft has incredible world building. Their class design can be phenomenal. Small changes will make World of Warcraft a juggernaut in the MMO industry again. Small changes. They don't even need to make big changes. Small little things will make World of Warcraft once again the game that it needs to be. And you could probably make the argument that PvP is the worst part of Final Fantasy, but then again, Final Fantasy has never really focused on PvP. They did say that in Endwalker, this is the first expansion that they're actually now going to put focus and effort into PvP. So let's see what they come up with. Is it possible that Endwalker is the expansion that introduces actual PvP to Final Fantasy? Might be. Right? It is possible. So yeah, I hope in a very long-winded way and very roundabout way that answers your question. I have thought that myself in the past. The problem is that I get so many people that get very annoyed whenever I say that. There's so many people that do not want a reset in World of Warcraft. I say the Exiles region WoW was a step in the right direction. They need it. Plus do short quest line, review style quest in each expansion in line with release. So by the time you get 50, you caught up and know what the heck made this game great. I actually don't think that Exiles Reach is a good step in the right direction.
The things you said about WoW now is the reason I cringe a little every time I see someone bringing about a Delamood/ARR type event on WoW. They did not see the train wreck that was FFX of 1.0.
True. I mean, Final Fantasy 1.0 was worse than modern day World of Warcraft even, but it had the same problems as modern day World of Warcraft. It would not be fixable. The only way they could fix it was to basically reset everything, right? And I feel like WoW is getting to that point where a lot of it is no longer really fixable. The only way to fix it is a reset, because there's too much bloat. There's too much contention within the system. Someone said something. I'm just trying to see. About Exile's Reach. Unforgiven, my problem with Exile's Reach is that it removes new players from the rest of the game. And I feel like that's a terrible thing to do. New players should be incorporated into the game as quickly as possible. They should be incorporated into the social aspects of the game as quickly as possible. It's, again, one of the things that Final Fantasy does that is so fucking next level, where old players can play with new players through the duty roulette system. You can go in to the first dungeon that you get in Final Fantasy, and you can play with people that is actually at max level, right? And the reason for that is, the reason that's such a good thing is, as a new player, you get to look up to these sort of max level players, and you get to see what you're going to become, right? You get to see armors that blow you away and looks that blow you away, that makes you realize this is what I'm working towards, right? Also, I feel like the fact that Final Fantasy, they've never let go of their original capital cities. Now, I would like to ask everyone in chat here, people that is already playing Shadowbringers, is the 3 capital cities the capital city for every single expansion? So there's no new capital cities. The capital cities is the capital cities regardless of the expansion. Or does every expansion get its own sort of its own capital city, and that becomes the new capital city that everyone's going to hang out in? Because I'll say, I see a shit ton of players in the original capital cities that's all max level. There's new ones, but people hang out in the start cities more. You see, that's the thing that I think is... Because again, as a new player, you arrive in the capital city and you're immediately greeted by max level players. Players that you can look at and go, oh my god, that's the weapon that I'm going to get? Fuck, I can't wait to get that weapon. Oh my god, these are people? Look, all of these people. I want to be friends with these people. How do I become friends? Can I join a free company? Is there something that I can do to be friends with all of these people? It gives you an idea of a healthy game, right? This is a healthy society that you want to be a part of. In World of Warcraft, you're a new level player, like just fucking started. You go to Orgrimmar or Stormwind, it's dead as fuck, because most people are hanging out in any of the millions of other capital cities that might at this point be necessary. Limsa is degenerate central, and I love it. are their own capital cities, mainly Ishgard, SB, Kugani, and Eosian capital cities. SHB has its own.
A new hub city and a new endgame hub is added. Revenant's Toll in Mor Dhona with your endgame hub in ARR, for example.
Yeah, it's a hub, but Revenant's Toll isn't really a capital city. Like, you can't do everything in Revenant's Toll that you can do in the capital cities. Like, there's still stuff in the capital cities that you won't get in Revenant's Toll. So, yeah, you're getting all of your quests in that new hub, but you're ultimately still gonna want to go back to the capital city for certain things, right? Zane Dragon, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. On RP realms, it's the complete opposite. Stormwind and Orgrimmar is completely filled. Yeah, because RP players don't play the new expansion, actually. I heard from a bunch of RP players that it's almost impossible to find a Shadowlands RP guild at this point. Like, most RP players have just completely ignored Shadowlands as a whole.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a number.
Of what you were saying?
Yes. I just said every expansion adds a new capital hub and an endgame hub.
I like that, Brandon. But I like the fact that the old capitals remain relevant. Moderna is a reasonable example of what the new hubs are like. They tend to be a little more developed in Stormblood and Shadowbringers, but those still don't have everything. You see, I like that, because a new hub is always exciting, right? It's a new place to explore. It's a new sort of central place where everyone is going to meet up and do things. But those central hubs should be good for finding the quest and continuing a storyline. They should still not serve as the new hangout, right? Where this is the only thing you get now, and there's nothing else, right? You can't go anywhere else because all the new things is here. There should still be things that force you to go back to the old world and experience stuff in the old world. So I feel like it's a delicate balance. At the end of the day, I think MMO design in general is an extremely delicate balance, because one small mistake can fuck up everything. I ignored Cataclysm and I'm still unaware what happened. Why did you ignore Cataclysm? It was actually a pretty good story. I think for me, a lot of the auction house was made irrelevant over time. And the reason I find it irrelevant is most of the auction house today is controlled by bots. Right? Very few people can still compete with bots on the auction house, because the bot can out-farm you in every way, shape, and form. And so whenever you go to the auction house, it's almost always dominated by bots that's willing to sell it for half the price of everyone else because, well, they just have more product. I also think there should be... I feel like there should be more incentive for people to work together, right? I feel like there should be more incentive for people to actually work together and for people to actually be out in the real world. So adding items that is soulbound, that you have to go farm if you want that, right? Derpalicious, there's people that make a lot of money on the auction house, but these people are almost always people that deal in sort of weird items to get, like, for example, special rare weapons and stuff like that. I'm not saying that it's impossible for people to make money, but if you go to any of the very large realms, it's usually a shit ton of fucking bots, right? That just, like, there's just a crap ton of fucking bots that farm effectively better than everyone else. It's not saying that it's impossible. Of course it's possible. I myself, whenever I do take the auction house serious, I can make 1 million gold in a week, maybe. Just by using my mage and buying, selling stuff. So it's not hard, but it doesn't feel as personal as it used to. Like, it doesn't actually feel as if you're part of your community and doing stuff for your community. It's sort of more, I don't know. To be fair, that might just be me, right? But it feels like World of Warcraft have lost a lot of its, like, the social aspect of WoW. And I can't really explain why. You know? I genuinely can't really explain why it's lost so much of its social fabric. But it just doesn't feel as social anymore. It doesn't feel as if this is the MMO. So actually, here's the perfect fucking explanation for it. Perfect explanation for it. And it goes to solo players, right? The question always pops up. Should people be able to play MMOs solo? Yes. It should be an option. You should, as a player, be able to opt out of group content and do things that you want to do. The loner is a hero archetype. However, MMOs should be designed where it is optional for you to play solo. The meta way to play is to play with other people, and the game really rewards playing with other people, but you can take the option to play solo. In World of Warcraft, it feels like the meta is playing solo, and you can opt into group content if you feel like it. I think that's almost the best way I can describe it. it feels like when you play World of Warcraft, it's almost more effort to do group content than what it is to just play it solo. Does anyone disagree with that? Mighty? I think it's because of everything that they do outside of the group finder, right? So in a lot of ways, Final Fantasy really tries to encourage people to be social, right? Even their housing system is a social event, right? People have houses and they invite people over for parties and shit like that. So even their housing system, a system that one would argue actually takes people out of the game, right, still puts people in the social limelight. People still become social around those issues. So I feel like because Final Fantasy, either by accident or on purpose, did everything correct to ensure that the social aspect is there, right? The group finder is just a different way of being more social with strangers. I'll tell you what, something that's very interesting to me. I am yet to join a single Final Fantasy dungeon where I'm not greeted by 3 people saying hello. Every single time. At the end of every run, everyone says good job or thank you very much before they leave. Every single time. There have been times where I go months in World of Warcraft where not a single person speaks. Like, people get into a dungeon and they just fucking run off and let's kill the boss. No one speaks. The only time people speak is when you wipe, and that's to blame someone for the wipe. That's the only time that people speak. In Final Fantasy, it's like you feel bad if you don't actually greet people. Like, you feel like you're a cunt if you don't go, hey guys, right, at the beginning of the dungeon, because everyone else is saying hello to you. Eleanor, I have been playing World of Warcraft now for 2 years completely solo. Granted, I've not been playing much because I'm not actually someone who prefers to play solo. I'm actually someone who prefers to play in a dungeon, or in a group rather, in a guild. But I don't have time for a guild, so I play it solo and I can do everything solo. I would actually argue that might be your boyfriend's thing, like he's maybe specifically, but it feels like in World of Warcraft, playing solo is the meta, joining a guild is optional, when I believe that that should be the other way around. Joining a guild should be the meta, playing solo should be optional, because then you have a healthy game. You have the ability to play solo, but you really want to join a free company or a guild, because that's where the game really is for you. Too easy to explain. WoW has made it so time-gated, you don't even have the time. Oh, and another thing, Talik, you're making a good point there. Everyone should know by now, I fucking hate time-gating in World of Warcraft. But you do make a very good point there. I feel like content in World of Warcraft is so fragmented, not just in terms of time gating, but also in the amount of things. So there was this meme that was going around on Twitter not long ago that said the difference between Final Fantasy and WoW. In Final Fantasy, you log on and you ask yourself, what do I want to do? In World of Warcraft, you log on and you ask yourself, what do I want to do? Did I just fuck that up? In Final Fantasy, you log on and you ask yourself, what do I want to do? In World of Warcraft, you ask yourself, what do I need to do? And I feel like that might be one of the biggest differences between Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft. In Final Fantasy, you log on and you go, right, what do I feel like doing today? Because you're not missing out. If you don't do something specific on a specific day, no one gives a fuck. You're not going to fall behind. You're not going to miss out. Just do whatever the fuck you want, right? The game, there's a bunch of things to do. You can do whatever you want. In World of Warcraft, there's a bunch of things you must do. You need to do these things. I need to do my Torghast now. And then I need to go do my Mythic Plus. And then I need to go do my PvP. And then I need to go do my raids because I have to get this fucking vault to stock all the gear that I need at the end of the week. And then I need to open my vault. And then I need to do some world quests. And then I need to do the quest for my fucking covenant. And then I need to do this and I need to do that. At no point is it, well, I don't want to do those things now. I would rather go do this other thing. Well, if you do that other thing, you're going to fall behind. So the only people really that get to do what they want to do in WoW are the people that also don't really take WoW seriously. Right? So it's the people that don't really raid, they don't really PvP, they don't really give a fuck, right? They're just playing the game because that's what they want to do. They want to play the game and they want to do things that they want to do. But for anyone that wants to do certain things, you have to do a bunch of other things. In the middle of pogging it, oh my god, I'll miss my WoW dailies. What do I do? Final Fantasy 14 equals gaming, WoW equals job. Getting fed up with it now. Like spending 4 hours on Torghast per week is a nightmare. At the end of the day, it almost always comes back to that age-old fucking saying, right? That age-old saying. A theme park MMO should mimic a theme park. And that's what World of Warcraft have forgotten. It's a theme park MMO. It was designed as a theme park MMO. It is marketed as a theme park MMO, and yet it behaves nothing like a theme park MMO. Where in the fucking world have you ever walked into a theme park where they force you to go do the swings, then do the teacups, then do the ponies, then do the swings, then do the teacups, then do the fucking race cars, then do the bumper cars, then go back to the swings, go back to the ponies, and then you can go on the roller coaster. Literally never. When you walk into a theme park, you can go do whatever ride you want. And that's what it means. That's literally what it means to be a theme park MMO. You build a shit ton of rides, and then you let people go on the rides when they feel like going on the rides. That's a theme park MMO. The second you start putting things in the theme park that says you have to do this thing before you can do that thing, you fucked up the theme park. The whole point of a theme park is that you have options and you can choose which of these options you want to engage with. I feel like Final Fantasy does that perfectly. And actually, Razor Connor, something like Darkmoon Faire, it's another thing that I fucking loathe. In fact, I would argue Darkmoon Faire shouldn't just be up once a month. It should be up 100% of the time. I would argue that time walking should be up 100% of the time, right? None of this time-gated bullshit. None of this, oh, here's a special 2 weeks for all of you. Have fun. Why? Why can I only do time walking when I want to do time walking? If I feel like doing ICC time walking this week, I should absolutely be allowed to do Wrath of the Lich King time walking, right? I should not be fucking forced to go TBC time walking because guess what? ICC or Lich King time walking isn't up now. What are you talking about? It's not up now. It should be up 100% of the time. And Quantum Delta, yes. Time walking is on a rotation. So you have to go time walk when it's that rotation. It's annoying and it's disturbing to me. And then, of course, most importantly, and I would actually argue this is the single most important part of it, content should never be removed from the game. Never. If you made something like Mage Tower, it should always be relevant. If you make something like Torghast, it should always be relevant. If you make something like Island Expeditions, it should always be relevant. None of this expansion-only bullshit. You made the fucking thing. You put hours into it. We spent 2 years data testing this fucking thing to get it good. Stop removing our hard work. We beta test your shit, and then once it's good, you remove it from the fucking game. It's astounding. You really start thinking about this. If you start thinking about this, it will all start to click. Every single time systems in World of Warcraft reach a good spot, it's good now, right? We've beta tested it. We've given the feedback. Blizzard finally listened. They've made all the changes we want with the system. What happens? 6 months later, new expansion. Fuck your work. Thanks for the hard work in beta testing our systems. We've now decided to move on to a new system. Welcome to the new beta test. And there we go again. We'll be beta testing this for the next year and a half. It will finally reach a good system after a year and a half, and then we'll remove it the next expansion. It's psychotic. $10 years in 9.0 because there is no casual content. She doesn't raid or do dungeons or PvP. Vanapir, that's one of the biggest things that World of Warcraft misses right now is actually casual content. And one of the reasons it misses casual content is because Blizzard keeps thinking that every single system should be designed for raiders and PvPers and basically for everyone. Because if Torghast wasn't for raiders, if it was just the place where people would get cosmetics, it would have been one of the best casual systems in the game, because casuals would do it for pets and mounts and cosmetics, and you could make it challenging, right? So you could actually make it challenging because there's no player power attached to it, so people aren't actually missing out on player power. The problem is, and I feel that as a casual player myself nowadays, I feel that it doesn't feel like anything I do matter. It genuinely doesn't feel as if anything I do matter. I mean, I went through all of these renown quests to level up my Covenant, and guess what happened? Nothing. My Covenant still looks exactly the same as it looked the day I fucking started. There's no visual change. There's no real visual upgrade. Oh, I'm lying. The Primus got some extra pieces of armor on his fucking statue. Woo! I feel the progress. The zone still looks exactly the same. I still have to collect 15 fucking boxes by shooting down helicopters. How many more times do I have to collect boxes before I've collected all of the fucking boxes? Like, surely at some point I've collected all of the crates. You cannot tell me that there are thousands and thousands of unlimited crates flying around in this fucking zone. It's unbelievable. The zones don't react to you actually spending time in them and you actually upgrading them. How can you play a game, an RPG, right, where there's no visual feedback on the things that you're doing? Okay, Cougar, we've had that discussion before. And as I said then, at the risk of again sounding like I'm mansplaining, it is a good thing, right? Because clearly, and Blizzard have realized this, and I'm glad that they realized it as quickly as they did, because Blizzard have realized that women don't actually understand like what it is to be a slut. They don't understand that it's a bad thing to be a slut. So now they're making female clothes that it covers them up nicely, which just protects women from themselves, really. So good change, I think, all around. In Autumnweald, you bolt the heart of the forest and then empower it, and then it's taken away again. Yep. Much like WoW. Sounds exactly like WoW. For anyone that immediately got fucking outraged by that, it was heavy sarcasm. So when are you loading up your WoW game? You know you have dailies to do? I'm not doing fucking dailies in WoW. That's so stupid. I can't look my character sexy again. No, Rakisha, absolutely not. That would be disgusting. I don't think that they changed Drucker from Baroness to Margrave in the Covenant Hall yet. Fuck that. I want to see my trade identities. Georgia, you're not allowed. You're not allowed. Right? The next step from here on forward, like, I think if Blizzard were to decide, Blizzard would probably remove the ability for women to vote because women can't understand what it is to vote. They'll probably remove the ability for women to work because women can't understand what it is to work. You know, that's just how it is, right? And also, they have to also take into consideration the men. Like, we all know this, but whenever a man runs past a pixelated picture of a girl with cleavage, he now, men, I'm actually mansplaining to you. So just bear with me. But what you don't seem to realize is when you see those pixelated side boob, you immediately go into the sort of blind rage where you just want to assault a girl, right? So Blizzard is actually removing that to protect you from yourself. Because clearly, when you see them boobies, you can't seem to understand that it's not your boobies to grab. And so clearly, these changes are meant to keep us safe from ourselves, if that makes sense. I agree, Derpalicious. We have to be very thankful for Blizzard. Things that they've done. No, I have it on good authority that the next change in 10.0 is actually that professions will receive a massive change. So in the next expansion, female characters will only be allowed to take cooking as a profession. All other professions are male locked. I have a source inside Blizzard, and I would... Oh, and tailoring. Yes, tailoring and cooking is now female-only professions. All other professions, especially engineering. Engineering was hard-locked behind male characters. So, no, herbalism is foraging, and it might be considered too hard work. So, yeah. Can someone make me that meme? Like, Xiang, can you guys get on this? Please, for the love of fuck. I need this meme. The next expansion, women are only allowed to cook, tailor, and maybe herbalism too. Yeah, cook, tailor, herbalism. All other professions are male only. I need that fucking meme. I genuinely need that meme. I need to tweet that out. Oh, and female characters are also only allowed to leave the capital cities with a male escort. So a female character can't actually leave the main city without a male escort. That's the next expansion for World of Warcraft. I mean, I thought we were past all of this bullshit. Like, I genuinely thought we lived in an era where women could do pretty much whatever the fuck they want, and if they wanted to show cleavage, then that was well within their rights. I didn't realize, however, that the Puritans had won. I didn't realize. Satire flag to pop so people don't clip you. I mean, People can clip if they want. Like, anyone who doesn't know that I'm being incredibly sarcastic is a fucking moron, right? Anyone who doesn't realize that is a moron. We can only polish doorknobs in WoW? Oh, wait, doesn't Blizz know that's sexist? Thrall's balls. That's actually a fucking swear word that should have been in World of Warcraft. Thrall's balls. Gives you tutorial, stuck on active. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you can't actually turn off the tutorial if you're playing a female character. Oh, my Jesus. Well, they can only /follow without being able to control their character. Jesus. I mean, let's not give them any ideas. At the end of the day, I don't think, like, honestly speaking, I don't think this is sort of really what's going on within Blizzard. I do think that these changes were made with the best intentions, right? I do think that these changes were made with the best intentions. The problem is that they're catering to the mentally ill on Twitter, right? They're catering to the perpetual outrage crowd, and those people can never be happy. So catering to that crowd will almost guarantee that you run your game into the fucking ground, and the mentally ill people on Twitter will still not be happy. It's new people most of the time. It's just new accounts made by boosters who spam sales all day. I think a Sprout system in World of Warcraft would do so much, right? And when I say Sprout system, I mean the full Sprout system, like added benefits and boost and loot when you actually have a brand new player in your group. Really think about people on Twitter? I fucking hate them. I hate Twitter. As a general rule, I can't stand that fucking platform. Every day I log on to that platform to post something, I think to myself, fuck my life. Dingo, thank you for the 2 months up. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. More people joining the club, ladies and gentlemen. We're growing. We're fucking growing. But why you do this? I don't know. As a content creator, you have to be on Twitter. Even though I think my life would be a million times better if I weren't on Twitter. This website must be purged before they complain about everything. It should have been... It should have been cancelled a long time ago. I genuinely think Twitter is the reason for most of the problems in the world. I mean... Facebook is a different kind of fucking problem, right? Because at least with Facebook, you can only really complain to your friends, right? And only your friends can really see the stupid shit that you say. Or you actively have to join a group where stupid shit are said. Where on Twitter, I don't follow anyone that makes political statements on Twitter, and yet my Twitter is almost always filled by fucking political statements. Because someone I follow thinks that his politics or her politics is the politics. And then I'm sort of forced to fucking swallow the bullshit, you know? And I'm running out of ways to tell people they're idiots on Twitter. The problem is that a lot of the people that do that are fucking fellow content creators. So I sort of have to follow them because I am actually friends with them. And I don't mind the fact that they have political views. I mind the fact that they're forcing it down my throat. I'm following you so that we can have rapport. as fellow content creators, I don't actually want to see your politics, right? I don't actually care. I find it extremely annoying. I've unfollowed every single political account that I've ever followed. I used to follow Tim Pool, Jimmy Dore, even the Quartering. There's a couple of like left-wing guys that I followed. Because I like to get the news from all sides. So I would watch left and right-wing news just to sort of get a semblance of what I think the truth might be. Basically disagreeing with both sides and going, you're both wrong. This is probably more closer to the truth. And I realized that it makes me very unhappy. Like, incredibly unhappy. Because no one needs that much politics in their life. So I unfollowed everyone. I will go and find the politics when I need the politics and where I want to see the politics. I don't need you forcing it down my throat. If I ever have to fucking see another YouTube title that goes, oh my god, you won't believe what they did, I'm gonna lose myself. But I don't care what they did. It doesn't matter. They're stupid. Why are you making videos on this? 14-minute fucking video about the pieces of shit that you think are pieces of shit in the world. I use the this changes everything sometimes as well, just because sometimes my theories do change everything. At least that I believed, right? Look, Otis, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I once overexposed myself to politics, and yeah, it destroys your mental health. It just puts you in a very bad space, right? Puts you in a really bad space. That and you need clickbait this day and age? True. Sadly, clickbait is now the way forward on YouTube, right? What I do hate, though, like, the thing that I hate most is when I get people that go, wow, that's a fuck ton of clickbait, bro. And then I'm like, wait, what do you mean that's clickbait? That was definitely not fucking clickbait. Let me see if I can find the... Here we go. So I made this video, yeah? Which is basically saying, we missed something. What happened to the Archon? That's not clickbait. Genuinely speaking, in that video, I show you how something that is happening to the Archon happened in other parts of the story as well, which makes Mournblades incredibly interesting as a subject matter. So saying we missed something, it's not clickbait. At no point did I lie about anything in that video. But you'll get accused of clickbait because apparently that is clickbait. Decided I want to work towards getting a small bit of land in the countryside and raise some chickens. I mean, you can do that. My brother wants to do that too. I wouldn't last on a farm. A farm would definitely not be my place to live. Which countryside do you want to get it in then? If you're not gonna get it in like South Africa, where do you want to get it? USA got the most space. True. How are you gonna get to the USA though? Like, do you have the ability to get into the USA? Because I sure as fuck don't. Sad, but yeah. I'm a software dev. I might be able to wrangle a job. Oh yeah, you'd probably be able to get a good job. True. I am nothing. I am a content creator. That is it. That's it. And contrary to popular belief, there's not a single country in the world that looks at content creators and thinks, hey, we need more of them. Radner, no topic really. We're just sort of chatting away. I don't really have a planned topic for today. It's mostly just been me ranting about shit. Yeah, it's basically been me. I do have an interesting video that I wanted to watch last night already. I'll bring you guys along for the ride, because this is actually an interesting video. Now, the video is about New World, but I think he's gonna go into different things. Fedora, how you doing? If you stream some Final Fantasy again, we'll probably stream Final Fantasy after the gym. I'll probably be back right off the gym, and we'll do some Final Fantasy. So yeah, so I offered to marry you like a month ago, but I don't want to get a green card based on marriage. I feel like that would just be wrong. Right, so it's New World. Is there any adventure left? And it is from Josh Strife Hayes. I like his videos, so let's check it out.
Amazon's new MMORPG New World is only a few days away from release, and after a relatively successful alpha and beta test,
I do want to say I am not at all excited for New World. Even before we get into this video, just want to make that clear. I have no interest in New World whatsoever. It was fun. Like, it was fun for the first few hours, and then it gets really, really repetitive. Like, just stupidly repetitive. And I appreciate that.
players are excited. The gameplay is solid, the crafting is varied, and the community is already forming and cooperating. But I have some concerns. Has the game already been solved? Has the theory crafting already removed any sense of mystery? And why can't you...
Wait, did not... Well, that took a weird turn. I genuinely didn't expect that to be the topic of this video. Is there any adventure left? I thought he was literally just going to talk about the lack of adventure in the game, because it is a nice game to adventure in, but so my problem with the adventure in New World is once you go to a couple of places in the game, you realize that all of the places are pretty much the same. They look different, but they're basically the same. The mobs are technically the same. Nothing really changes. Everything has the same animations, the same attack animations. Like, the game doesn't feel as if it really rewards adventuring. But okay, this is an interesting topic.
Choose your starting zone if you want to start with a friend. Let's discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes. New World has already seen an alpha and a beta test, and both were extremely successful. We can say this is a very high quality game.
I would say the first beta test wasn't successful. Like, the first beta test was absolutely not successful. The first beta test was actually a bit of a shit show. I had strong opinions after the first one, but then in 4 months' time, like 3-4 months' time, they completely changed almost everything. And then the second beta was actually quite successful.
People are excited to return to the supernatural Spanish conquistador-inspired land of Aeternum and tackle the supernatural entity that dwells there, to do the crafting, to do the PvE, and to do the PvP. But has the excitement, has the adventure, has the spirit of trailblazing already been theory crafted out of the game? Has the sense of adventure been removed before it even began?
You know what makes this really fucking freaky? I tweeted out earlier today, literally this. I tweeted out and I asked, is guides in gaming, so YouTube guides, are they destroying the sense of adventure and the sense of journey that game developers try to create. And now I'm watching a video literally on this fucking topic. And it's an interesting question, right? If you go into any game right now, doesn't matter what game it is, there is almost always a video out there for that game that explains what the meta is, and the meta is ultimately the right way to play the game. Even single player games, where really you can play the game whichever fucking way you want. It's a single player game. Mass Effect has meta builds. So what class to be to play the game at the hardest difficulty, what talents to max out, what gear to have, how to use the gear. It's incredible the amount of guides that exist currently. And I'm sort of the reason I asked that question is I try to put myself in the position of a game developer, right? When your entire game is based around exploration and discovery, things like data mining, things like guide videos destroy that semblance of adventure and journey. Because even before you've actually had the opportunity to explore, it's already over, right? It's already done. Like, congratulations, thanks for playing, no more. So, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is that what it should be?
Before we begin, consider dropping a like on the video or subscribing to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. And as usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel going. More on this at the end. For now, let's begin. New World has been designed, at least aesthetically, around the Age of Discovery, focusing on the Spanish conquistadors. The spirit of the conquistadors was one of exploration and adventure.
I would say that it might hurt a game like New World far more than it hurts any other game. But there is something very interesting to be said as well for games like Final Fantasy. If you go to Final Fantasy, there's a different culture that exists. It's actually one of the few games that I've played where the entire community is incredibly anti-spoiler. It's insane. I play Final Fantasy and I'll ask my chat a question and people in chat will literally be like, I don't want to spoil it for you. In WoW, if I ask a question, there's 6 people, 7 people immediately spoiling the answer. Like, just going, fuck it, yeah, let's do this, right? Whereas in Final Fantasy, it's almost as if the entire community came together and said, you will not fucking spoil our game. And we will not spoil it for you. Now, granted, I realize I'm saying this as a YouTuber that literally makes his living off of spoiling things for other people, right? Half of my channel is me spoiling lore tidbits for other people. So I'm part of the problem. Make no mistake, I'm not arguing that I'm sort of above the rest. I am part of the problem. And there is definitely a market for those things. But one has to wonder how well games would have been if we didn't have all of these guides, if people could just go out and play the game the way that they thought the game should be played, rather than being forced into playing the game the way that, you know, the YouTube crowd thinks you should play the game.
Trailblazing. Even the name New World invokes images of journeying into the strange, charting the uncharted. The game is leaning into the unknown aspect pretty heavily. And yet, in the last few days, I've seen the game be completely and thoroughly documented.
The last few days? Bro, the amount of videos, the 10 tips, the 5 tips, the crafting guides, they were out after the first beta test. Like, the first ever beta test had people immediately fucking guiding up. Because every single one of these people are jumping at a new game, right? They want to be the next content creator for this new game.
The Uncharted has been charted before release. If you hop on over to the New World subreddit, you can find infographics, guides, charts, and complete breakdowns of exactly how, to the moment, level up with maximum efficiency. Exactly.
The problem with you just saying there, Xnaps, is the fact that a guide exists will almost make it mandatory that you follow the guide. Because the rest of the people will put pressure on you. If you're trying to play a build that isn't good, you'll immediately be told to go watch some guides because you're fucking up and you shouldn't be playing this way, right? And so the very existence of the thing will put pressure on you to actually watch the thing because it exists. And how dare you not use it, right?
How many items you'll need to level any given skill, the exact route to take to reach endgame as fast as you can. A game focusing on exploration and discovery and the thrill of possibility now has a step-by-step tourist guide. And I think this will affect the start of the game pretty strongly. Now, there is nothing inherently wrong with theory crafting. I enjoy that, and some of my favourite games need theory crafting. You can play Magic the Gathering and work out the best deck. You can play Warhammer 40k and work out the best army. You can play any online game or roleplay game and work out the best combination of weapons and items and skills and equipment. But
I would argue that's part of the fun, right? It's part of the fun of online video games, right? If you're not actually theory crafting, you're missing out on a big portion of what the game actually is, right? Finding the best build, finding the best weapons, finding the best armors and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely theory crafting in and of itself, nothing wrong with that.
theory crafting is normally done to achieve a goal, to get from the start to the end as quick as possible, to get from A to B with the least disruption in between.
Yeah.
And the gameplay is normally the bit that happens between A and B. In Magic, you're crafting to win as fast as possible. In Warhammer, you're crafting to win as fast as possible. In RPGs, you're crafting to finish the game as fast as possible.
Well, I would say I disagree with that, because it's not always to finish the game as fast as possible. But for me, for example, whenever I'm playing a game, even like The Witcher, I am theory crafting, right? In The Witcher, I kept buying these potions that would reset my talents, and I would try different talents, but it was to make the game as fun as humanly possible, right? So I want to be able to fight a boss, and I want to have all of the abilities at my disposal to make sure that I dispose of a boss in a very fun way. One of my favorite builds in Witcher is actually using the sigils, right? Using the signs. It's one of my favorite builds. It's a fun build. It's not necessarily, I don't know if it's the best build. I actually think the alchemy build is the best build in the game, but I prefer to use the sign build because it's fun for me. I don't want to use a build where whenever I pop a potion, I become indestructible. I'd rather play a build that just allows me to use a lot of magic. That's sort of my fun, right?
MMORPGs, when you theory craft, you're essentially saying, what is the least amount of time I can play this game for to achieve the maximum amount of gameplay, to get to the end as soon as possible? The irony being that the game you are efficiently playing through is the game. Are you theory crafting away the content?
I understand what he's trying to say. I actually misunderstood his original point. And that is true. In a way. So I'll say this. I think for the World of Warcraft crowd, and we're probably all World of Warcraft people right now watching, or some Final Fantasy 14 people, here's what I would say is the biggest or most egregious offender in World of Warcraft of this, and it's boss mods or boss guides, right? Boss guides, in my opinion, might be, outside of the game, the worst thing that ever happened to World of Warcraft. Because how many times have you joined a raid where people have asked you, did you watch the guide? In other words, did you see exactly how to do the fight before you've even done the fight? The whole point of the fight is to figure out the fight. That's literally what raiding is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a puzzle that you solve with 19 of your best friends. But we now have guides solving the puzzle for you, and you're basically just pressing buttons in the exact same way as someone else pressed the button. So someone solved the puzzle, and they are now, it's literally the equivalent of building a puzzle, but then Googling how to build the puzzle, and they tell you exactly which piece goes where. That's the equivalent of it. You're not actually building a puzzle, you're just following instructions on how to build a puzzle. But you're not actually building a puzzle there.
I've already made a video on Have Guides Ruined MMOs, and I think over the next few days the release of New World will...
Exams, that's not the argument. Because being able to see the puzzle is already half of the fun gone. Because the whole point of it, the whole point of the puzzle is first figuring it out. And then once you figured it out, then you figure out how to execute on the puzzle. It's literally one of the reasons why people love Final Fantasy so much, because it doesn't allow boss mods, and most people don't do, like, at least from what I've heard, most guilds don't have that. Have you watched the video on this fight? People figure out the fight, and then once you figure out all of the abilities, that's when you then go and say, okay, now that we know all of the abilities, let's figure out how do we deal with each and every one of these abilities. And I'll make a further point on this. I believe that guides actually make people worse at the game. They don't actually solve the very problem that they sought to solve. Guides are supposed to make the fights easier. In fact, I believe that guides make the fights harder, because people weren't forced to deal with the abilities or figure out the abilities. They oftentimes don't know why certain abilities have to be dodged or how those abilities happen, right? So what ends up happening, as far as I'm concerned, most of the time, is that the guy goes into, or the girl goes into the fight, they know what they should be doing, but they don't know why. So now they're wiping 400 times on an ability because they don't actually understand the ability. They just know that someone in a video told them that you should dodge this ability. So it actually, in my opinion, makes things far worse than what it makes things better. And we'll go through this after.
Will actually really highlight the points I made in that video. The MMORPG is a forever game. It is designed to be played for many years, but they often don't launch with years of content, at least not for the hardcore players. They launch with enough content to sate a casual player, but these charts and graphics aren't for casual players. They are detailed step-by-step guides to blitz through the content as quickly as possible and get to the end game. And if you do this, I feel you may become somewhat disappointed when you realise the game you rushed through was the bulk of the actual gaming experience. If you enjoy playing...
Isn't this true? I once made a mistake. This was... I can't remember what game it was. Oh, it was Outer Worlds. I played Outer Worlds, and I wanted to understand the system, the sort of talent system in Outer Worlds, and I made the mistake of looking up a guide, right? That could just explain to me what all of the different things do and what is sort of important, what isn't important, and what type of guns am I going to get in the late game, so that I already sort of know how to plan the build. It removed half of the fun of the game. Because suddenly, I knew exactly how the game is meant to be played, right? So I had a blueprint of how the game should be played. And suddenly, when you level up, it's no longer a sense of exploration, a sense of discovery. It's basically just, yeah, all right, I'll put points here, and here because I have to follow the guide, right? The guide will tell me what to do that makes me the best. I think so often people don't realize that guides actually ruin the game. And so I follow exactly what he's saying here.
Playing efficiently, that's fine, but you must understand, if you follow a step-by-step maximum efficiency guide, you are playing the game to...
I like how Asmongold is in here as well, and that was definitely not a guide. You just have an Asmongold reaction there. Is there anything on YouTube you can currently search for that won't have an Asmongold reaction in the mix of recommendations? Because I don't think so. I think no matter what you fucking search, there will be an Asmongold recommendation in the mix of results.
To consume the content as quickly as possible. So when you later turn around and say, wow, the game has no content, you'll have to realise it does. You just played it in a way to skip most of it. You achieved your goal. You reached the end. Maldorf,
that was when I realised I'll never do that again. Because you're right, it did ruin the game for me in so many different ways. I eventually finished the game and it was a good story, but half of the fun of the story was completely removed. So I will definitely never do that again. I feel like guides make the game worse.
Quickly. Well done. Enjoy having less to do. You played in a way to finish the game as fast as possible. You achieve that. You suddenly realise you've skipped the game. New World is based on the tales of adventure from years gone by, and these thrilling stories often focus on the journey more than the destination. The original explorers of Uncharted Islands didn't have maps, and so they didn't.
I would say if we're gonna apply this to games like World of Warcraft, it's more often than not that the developers of the game, so for example in World of Warcraft, the journey is not what's important in World of Warcraft. What's important is the end destination, because the whole game is designed to be at the end, right? The game itself, the questing experience, that's bullshit. It's just basically meant to be a little bit of an obstacle before you get to the end game. So I would say in a lot of ways, we also nowadays have gaming companies that sort of play into that, right? You have games that's designed specifically around this fuck the journey, get to the end. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. Who's really to blame for this problem?
Discovered as they went. The Trailblazers didn't have efficiency mapped out for them. It is the struggles of overcoming adversity that make for a good story later. Treasure Island wouldn't be as good if there was a giant arrow pointing to where the treasure was. If you want to remove your own personal sense of exploration and discovery by using guides, that's absolutely fine. You're welcome to do that. That's your prerogative. No one can tell you how to play or not to play a game. No one can tell you how to have fun. The danger is because these guides exist, people will feel at least a level of pressure to use them. If you don't use a guide, will you lag behind the rest of the community?
Wasn't that what I literally just said 5 minutes ago? Exactly that, right? The fact that they exist will almost invariably put people in pressure situations where they're not necessarily forced to watch the guide, but they're encouraged to watch the guide, right? They're encouraged to learn how to play their class correctly because, you know, there's a guide out there for you to play your class correctly. And that really is, as far as I'm concerned, it is the main danger of guides, is the fact that there is that social pressure.
Will you lag behind your friends? If you do use a guide, are you pressuring your friends to do the same thing and removing their sense of adventure and exploration? Knowing that a guide exists is often enough to put new players into the situation of, do I need to use this? Am I playing the game wrong if I'm not playing it efficiently? In my video, Are Guides Ruining MMOs, I argued that while you don't have to follow a guide if you don't want to, an MMORPG game is a community, and your actions will affect the community. Choosing to play inefficiently will allow you to retain the sense of exploration and adventure, but may hinder a team who want to play mechanically, not emotionally. Likewise, following a guide might allow you to blitz through the content because that's what you find fun, but you are now more likely to find yourself alone at the end game while other people take their time playing through casually. When World of Warcraft Classic released, people were excited to relive the classic experience as they remembered it, but it didn't feel right, and that's because we are...
I mean, I think World of Warcraft Classic is perhaps the perfect example of this, right? When World of Warcraft Classic came out, finding guides was quite hard, right? There were sort of niche websites that would have guides for you, but overall, you would have a very hard time finding a guide for World of Warcraft Classic. When they announced that Classic was coming back and so many people were so excited because it was going to be back to the old days of World of Warcraft, I actually didn't agree, and I said from the beginning, no. With the amount of add-ons that we have right now and the amount of internet we have right now, the game will never be the same. It will just never be the same. You can't go back to that because the game will be ruined and spoiled for you within minutes. And leveling add-ons is another thing in World of Warcraft that I find absolutely egregious. And I'm actually a user of it myself, mainly because the leveling experience in World of Warcraft is so boring. But you now have leveling add-ons that skip all of the dialogue, randomly or automatically picks up quests, automatically hands in quests, automatically accepts rewards on quests based on the criteria that you've selected for it. At the end of the day, you literally don't have to do anything, right? Princess Melina, thank you very much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself.
Are living in the post-information age for that game. When World of Warcraft released, it was released pre-information. People didn't know about the dungeons or the raids or the best in slot items, and it was only through playing that the guides were written and the websites were set up to help players become better. Part of the experience of playing an MMORPG, especially a new MMO as a new player, is the creation of the body of knowledge about that game.
Yep.
The process of moving from a pre-information state to a post-information state. We didn't know, we explored, now we know. And it's that exploration that a lot of people enjoy. And these guides and infographics get produced by the people who do the exploration.
I would agree with you, Lodi. I'm just literally reading some of what these people are saying. Like this guy saying you should think about the psychology of it all when you're skipping to endgame and you are missing the entire journey. And Lodi, I'm 100% in agreement with you. The questing experience in World of Warcraft is so shit that, yeah, at the moment, not using Azeroth Autopilot is just... You're not missing anything, let's be real, right? You're not missing anything if you use Azeroth Autopilot. And that is perhaps more of an indictment on the game than it is actually the existence of the add-on. Because if the questing experience was actually... So, for example, I would never use Azeroth Autopilot in Final Fantasy. First and foremost, it wouldn't work in Final Fantasy, but also even if there was an add-on, the equivalent, let's say Eorzea Autopilot, missing the story of Final Fantasy would be absolutely, like, I think, it's unforgivable. I wouldn't want something that just skips and just accepts quests on my behalf. I wouldn't want that. It would make for a miserable experience. Playing tank back in Legion and we wiped at Ursoc. The other tank made the mistake, but guess who was blamed? Me, because I don't use boss mods. That was the time when I realized that I will never step into a raid again. Raiding in WoW was destroyed by mods and guides long ago. True.
Unfortunately, by doing that, they are removing the reason to do it from other players. With data mining and almost complete alphas and YouTube and Twitch and Wikipedia, we are in a strange place for the MMO. Because brand new games are releasing into a post-information stage immediately. When the only way to discover was to explore, gameplay was the answer. You didn't know how to level a skill until you went to do the skill. You didn't know if a weapon was good until you used the weapon. And when gameplay is the answer, players experience more gameplay. They answer the question by actually doing what it was they had a question about. Now, all the questions you could possibly ask have already been answered before you even log in. A brand new player to New World can know before even downloading what the best leveling route is, weapon combination is, and gold farming method will be. I find
that's so sad. That is so fucking sad. You've never even played the game and you already know exactly where to go, what to do, which quest to take, how to do the quests, where to complete. I played the beta for New World, and there were actually a couple of quests that wasn't obvious what you had to do. And you sort of run around for a bit trying to figure out what it is exactly that you have to do. And while it's frustrating in the moment, you get a sense of happiness when you finally figure out, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. Right? There's a sense of happiness there as you figure it out for yourself. Whereas when you're doing it with a guide, that sense of happiness is not yours. It's whoever made the guide, right? Because they actually figured it out before you did.
I find it extremely ironic that a game based on the exploration and discovery of a new world has been fully mapped and charted before it even releases. Now, as in the previous video, Have Guides Ruined MMOs, I explained the solution, and it's actually quite simple. Just find people who enjoy the game the same way that you enjoy the game. If you want to meet up with people who use guides to theorycraft everything to the top % and speedrun the content, fine, you can do that. If you want to hang around with people who don't read guides and explore and discover, that's fine, you can do that as well. Just team up with the people who play the game the way you want to play them, especially if you have a group of friends. So you'd think I'd just...
You see, I do agree. As I said before, when I'm having, like, to make it clear, when I'm saying that guides and videos and add-ons are bad for video games, I am by no means saying that they should be banned, right? By no means am I saying that they should be banned. I think there are certain add-ons that, so for example, boss mods in World of Warcraft, these are add-ons that are so egregious and destructive to the game that they should be banned. They should be made illegal. But there are add-ons, like, for example, Azeroth Autopilot, or watching a video on the best way to level a new class in World of Warcraft, or even in New World, which it doesn't actually break the game, right? You can play it that way if you want, or you don't have to play it that way, right? So I'm always in agreement that players should have as much choice and options as they want. Yeah, I'm always in agreement for that. I always think it's better to have more choice rather than less choice. But it's still, one can still make the argument that yes, guides are incredibly bad for video games, whilst not saying that they should be banned, right? I am not saying that what the game industry needs to do is basically slap, because they could do that, just FYI. Every gaming company allows YouTubers to make content on their game, right? Practically illegally. Like, they don't have to. In fact, whenever I show footage of World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy on my stream, I am technically breaking the law. Technically, that's copyrighted material that does not belong to me. I don't have the right to that material. So they can absolutely slap me with a cease and desist, and I would have to take the video down. So they could do that. Every single gaming company could en masse start banning every YouTuber or Twitch streamer from ever streaming their games and making videos about their games if they truly wanted to. So there is a way to ban that content from the internet. The thing or the reason I wouldn't want that is you should still absolutely be able to play your way, right? If you add your own spin on this stuff, then not really. Actually, Minius1, it is 100% illegal. Even if you add your own spin to it, if I'm playing Final Fantasy, right? So I have Final Fantasy on the screen, I'm playing it. Even if I'm making jokes and I'm sort of reading the lines in a funny voice, I'm still technically breaking the law, because all of that gameplay, all of the characters, all of the colors, all of the items are copyrighted. They belong to Squeenix. And Squeenix have every right to remove that stream because I am technically breaking copyright law. Now, if I used the Final Fantasy game, but I changed the colors and I sort of made it unique, I would again be breaking the law, but this time in a different way, right? So technically you are breaking copyright. Streamers break copyright all the time. The reason gaming companies don't act against streamers and YouTubers is because we're better advertisers to their games than what we actually detract from their games.
Just start New World with your mates. Unfortunately, you might not be able to. New World will release into a post-information state. The player base won't be forced to explore because everything is already documented. You explore for your own personal enjoyment. This means you can choose to play to a mapped outline or to ignore all the guides and go on your own journey. So from the moment you log in, you'll ideally want your friends around you to adventure together in a way you all enjoy. Well, when you make a character in New World, you don't get to choose where you start. You will be randomly assigned to one of the multiple starting zones. So if you and a friend start playing on the same server on the same
I find that a little bit stupid, actually.
day at the same time, you may spawn in on different sides of the map. And walking to the other side will not only take a long time, it also means crossing dangerous areas with aggressive enemies and likely dying. This is an extremely questionable starting mechanic. MMORPGs are designed to be played together, and the opening of a game is where you can make or break your player count. Players decide if they like a game within minutes, up to an...
I mean, that to me is extremely stupid. I mean, one of the reasons you'll often have, like myself and my ex, when we played World of Warcraft, we had a giant argument, right, about which race to start with, because they wanted to play with me, and I wanted to play with them, but we weren't allowed, right? Because she wanted to be a blood elf and I wanted to be an orc, and so we would have to do a massive fucking travel to get to the other person to actually start leveling together. So we both decided, no, we will actually, we'll actually go. I was forced to go blood elf, which I eventually race changed to orc. But yeah, so it's sort of one of the reasons why people choose to play specific races or specific factions in World of Warcraft, so you can ultimately play with your friends. The idea of spawning randomly into the world, it's like, why? Why? You're supposed to know where you're going to spawn, or at least be able to choose where you're going to spawn, right? Quantum, you can message me on Discord. I'm just afraid if you spam the link here, the bot will take care of you. Like, the bot bans all non-subs from spamming links, because we've had people spamming bad fucking links. Like, links that try to fish your information and shit.
An hour or two if you're lucky. Having a system where friends or a friendship group cannot start their adventure together in an easy way is going to put so many people off. Especially people new to the genre who only bought the game so they can adventure together with friends. Now, I know there are people who will be shouting and commenting, just level up a bit and you can walk to meet your friend. And yes, I know, but I'm thinking about the average gamer or a new MMORPG.
Just level up a bit. Like, literally, I started the game to play with my wife, my girlfriend, my friend. Now I have to play the game solo for a few hours before I can actually play with my wife, my girlfriend, or my friend. Or my boyfriend, or whatever, you know, whoever you want to play with. So, it's always like, you always get these people that just go, oh, it's not that big of a deal, but not really understanding why it is a big deal, right? It is a big deal because it shouldn't be like that in the first place.
Player. Being told to play a game for several hours before you can go and join your friends, when the only reason you're playing is to go and play with your friends, isn't a solution. That's a temporary fix that we're putting on until an actual permanent solution is found. There is no reason for a...
You get to dictate the game because the game is built around social interaction. Examples, this is where we get to player promises. Like we've discussed in the past, player promises is everything. When you play an MMO, there is an inherent promise that I will be able to play socially with my friends. When you have a system like this, where you're spawning in randomly, and you basically have to figure out where the fuck you are, right, in this vast ocean of world, but you're nowhere near your friend, that's the first player promise broken. Because I'm not actually able to play with my friends. I'm now running around, basically wasting time to play with my friends. Never underestimate the power of a player promise being broken. It might not seem like much, but it's enough that some people will actually not play your game because this is not why they wanted to play the game in the first place.
Random start system to work like this. Now, players in the Discord and on Reddit have already found a solution involving accepting but not handing in the first quest, then finishing it and opening the map to teleport to another location and hand it in at the place you want to start. Because the first quest is the same no matter which starting zone you're in, so you can hand it in at any starting zone and technically start from there. But the average player won't be on Reddit, and starting a game with your friends should not require a complex in-game workaround. Now, I understand there are temporary solutions and fixes to this issue, but for the average...
It might not... So, Xnaps, let me be clear. A lot of the time, when I highlight problems within video games, right, it's not always that it's problems for me. Because this is not a big problem for me either. Personally, couldn't give two fucks. I'm used to playing games alone or playing it with friends, so if I have to level for 2 hours before I can join... This is literally what I did in New World. My friends were playing, we didn't start in the same area, we all leveled up individually. Got to, like, I think we met up somewhere in the middle of one of the zones, and then from there we all play together, right? Tatiana, how you doing? It's not a big problem for me, but I'm always thinking about the general population, the general player, and thinking about what impact that is on them. So you have to sort of look at things objectively and realize that big issues like this can be the difference between someone who keeps playing and someone who immediately asks for a refund because they couldn't actually play with their friends and they couldn't figure out that you can just quickly teleport to where you want to be, right? Quantum, I'll check it out now.
You don't have time to tell them a fix. You can't trust they'll read a Reddit thread. You can't say, oh, just play for 2 or 3 hours, because the average casual gamer is going to give you an hour at most and then leave. Every single moment of your gaming experience.
For those of you that don't know, that is actually the truth. The average player decides within 45 minutes, I think, whether or not a game is worth their time or not. Like, within 45 minutes. If within 45 minutes they have not found enjoyment in your game, the average gamer stops playing the game. They're done. They're just not going to continue. So you have to capture the audience attention immediately, and this is where player promises come in. You have to deliver on the earliest player promise as soon as possible. So if you have a promise in an MMO of being able to play with your friends, that has to be able to happen almost instantly. If you can't do that almost instantly, you have a giant problem in your hands. It might be one of the other reasons why Final Fantasy is as good as it is. Because in Final Fantasy, your friends can be level 80 and they can still dungeon with you, right? Even though you're still a low level. They can actually still dungeon with you. They could start a new game plus and they could experience the game with you again if that's what you want to do, right? So at the end of the day, there's the ability to do things with your friends almost from the first get-go. Whereas if you already break some of the core promises that MMOs offer from day one, it's not good, right? Because the average player will immediately just go, well, fuck this game. Can't play with my friends. I'll go play something else.
From seeing the advert to downloading the game to signing up for an account to logging in for the first time needs to be smooth, because every single road bump along that way will lose you players. It is remarkably hard to give Final Fantasy XIV money. And
Captain Swanky, I actually disagree with that statement that designing a game for the average gamer leads to average games. And I don't disagree with it because it's wrong. I disagree with it because it's generally wrong, right? So in general, it's wrong. If you're designing your entire game, every aspect of your entire game for the average gamer, that game will be average, right? Because you will be forced to dumb down almost every single system to where the average gamer can actually play the game. But this is where almost every great game have different ways of approaching it. This is why most games have difficulty settings. Something like Witcher 3. You have Deathmarch as the hardest difficulty, then you have easy, normal, and hard, right? These are the difficulties. It allows for every player to find their difficulty and play the game that they want to play. Games like Final Fantasy offer a whole slew of content for different people. So different people will find different things that they want to do and that they find fun in the game, and those are the things that they will focus on. It's what they find fun. So yes, if Final Fantasy decided, World of Warcraft, in my opinion, is currently in that rut where it's trying to create the Macmillan, you motherfucker. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, can we get some Macmillan emote spam? It's the first time in weeks we've had Macmillan in the stream. Weeks, I tell you. Macmillan, very happy to have you here, bro. How you doing, brother? So, it's not 1 week, liar. Macmillan, it feels like weeks. How you doing, bro? World of Warcraft currently have designed all of their systems for the average player, right? They've designed all of it for the average player. So the average player gets to do everything. This means that all of the systems feel a little bit bland because it's designed for the average player. You have to design the game in such a way that every player finds something that they like, but not everything in the game will be liked by everyone. Right? That's actually the perfect MMO. The perfect MMO is an MMO where every single player will find something that is fun, but not everything in the game will be fun for everyone. Then you have a great MMO.
And we've explained before that FF14 are losing players because of that road bump in the process. If you log into a game and you can't go and meet your friends straight away, that is a small minor road bump. It might not affect you, but I guarantee it's going to affect someone. The more road bumps, the more hiccups a player base faces along the way, from purchasing to playing to teaming up and enjoying the content with their friends, the more people you are going to lose. If you want...
I told you guys this before, and I realized we're already 44 minutes into this reaction, but in business, right? So if you're setting up a website, there's like a very simple rule. The easier you make it for people to give you their money, the more money they will give you. So you want to make it practically as simple as possible for people to give you money. You want to make it as quick as humanly possible. It's why so many websites now have the ability to sign up using your Google account. Do you think that someone like Twitter wants people to have a Google account so that they can create a Twitter account? Probably not, right? But it's one button. I click create my account with my Google account. Boom. I can start using Twitter. They're making it easier and easier. Why? Because the easier you make it for people to give their money away, the more money they'll be willing to give away. And the same goes for game design. The more roadblocks you put in their way of getting to the fun stuff, the fewer people will actually make it out of the roadblocks to play your game, right?
You want to capture the spirit of exploration, which is what New World is all about. Make it possible for friends and family to meet up in the game immediately. Let them form parties and form guilds immediately. Let them adventure together from the very first minute of logging in.
Yeah.
Because if you do that, people will be much more likely to stick around. Personally, I think New World is going to launch with two very different feelings. One of newness and exploration and discovery felt by the casual players picking up the game from seeing the adverts and wanting an adventure, and the other of charted completion and efficiently mapped out gameplay held by those already reading up on tactics and strategies with a planned out route.
Yeah.
I can see both these feelings clashing in the player base, finding it difficult to mix together in the game world. The best way to reconcile this is to have players start with similar players, but the randomized start isn't adding to the fun. It's just keeping friends away from starting together, and it will not go down well with a more casual player base. But what do you think? Let me know how you feel about New World launching in a post...
I agree with him. I agree with everything you just said. It's pretty obvious, right? Because almost every single game launches with that two conditions being there. One group, they already know exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be doing it. The other group just wants to experience the game and just wants to have fun in the game. But this is usually where you want to allow for different people to play together. So if you want to play with a bunch of people that want to follow guides, then go play with those people. If you don't. It's as simple as that. At the end of the day, I feel like New World is just hurting themselves at this point. It's trying to hold on to a gameplay feature that just ends up hurting the game. It doesn't really make the game more fun for anyone. It doesn't make it feel more like, if they had it so that you could spawn with one of your friends, would that really make the game worse? And that's usually my main question. It comes down, that to me is the single question that people have to ask in the game at all times. Whenever you put a restriction on a player, no matter what that restriction is, it doesn't matter what we're talking about, you have to ask yourself a simple question. Will this restriction make the game more fun? And more importantly, will the removal of this restriction impact the game in any way, shape, or form? If the answer to even one of those is no, then that restriction doesn't have to exist. It's a useless restriction that you're basically just shoehorning in there to have the restriction because you want players to play the way that you feel they should be playing, rather than just allowing people to play the way that they want to play. So yeah, good video. All around, pretty good video, I think. Assumes you have no friends, Sharif. Wait, the premise seems off. If my friends and I start New World together, away would I bail out on them in the first few minutes? Natural beef, that's not actually the point that I was making. So you're disagreeing with the premise, but the premise was not the premise that I made. If your friends allow or basically decided, let's stick in and let's just level, you'll probably stick around. But there is an argument to be made that one of your friends goes, you know what, fuck this, guys. I wanted to play with you guys. I'm not going to sit here and fucking level on my own. I'm going to go play Rust again. And then another friend goes, well, if we're all not going to play this game, then let's just go back to Rust. And suddenly all of your friends have stopped playing, and now you stop playing because you're going to go play with your friends again, right? So the argument applies that if even one of your friends decide they don't want to do this because they wanted to play together, it might be that all of your friends decide they don't want to do this and that they want to play together. So they're going to go to a game where they can play together, right? Quantum, okay, I have the link here. What is it that I'm looking at here? Do you think VGA prices will ever drop again? I'm trying to get a 3090, but it's almost 3k euros. Elodie, why do you need a 3090? Read your comments on it being illegal to stream Final Fantasy. Okay, just want to be clear. Quantum, when I say it's illegal, what I mean by that is if Final Fantasy turned around, right, and decided, fuck you, we no longer want you to stream the game, they could do that and they would legally be well within their rights to do that, okay? Even World of Warcraft, in their TOS, give streamers the ability to stream the game, right? They don't mind the streamers are streaming it, but technically they could turn around and say no, right? You're not allowed to use this. So, yeah, it's more a case of, doesn't matter what the TOS says, the law will always precede whatever TOS you have set up. So you can't break the law through a contract, right? Because the law is the law. So they can technically turn around. They could change the TOS and no one would be able to say anything, right? That's basically the point I was trying to make. Because technically, they don't have to let you stream it. XD Chills, how you doing? Oh, damn it. I just noticed there's an OnlyFans goal. 3,000 subs. Holy shit, Akko. That's quite a few subs. Don't look at that fucking goal. Macmillan, we were testing out the goal feature for Twitch. I don't even think that goal is correct. There should be mods in the channel. I'm not sure. There should be mods in the channel. Streaming the game is free marketing for every gaming company. True. 3080 isn't that better either. Almost 2k. Missed the times where we could buy cards at MSRP. I got mine at basically MSRP for South Africa. Papa Sneaks, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. I would never get a 4K monitor. Not until we have graphics cards strong enough to actually play 4K at 165 hertz or even 144 hertz minimum. Crash, how you doing, bro? You going to start on OnlyFans Beard Edition, where he teaches us about proper beard care and takes pictures? Yeah, sure, why not? Give me 3,000 subs and we'll see. Like, regardless of the OnlyFans, you need to ask yourself the following question. It's not so much, do I want to sub to Akalon? It's more a case of, can I really afford not to be in the Fat Fuckers Club? Right? And once you start thinking about it that way, you have to swipe that credit card. I want 4K for coding. Gaming is extra. Gaming is never extra. See, what are you saying? Are you saying your job comes before gaming? That's disgusting, bro. Yes, it's really true. Coders really only care about one thing. And it's fucking disgusting. Greg Street can achieve making a top tier MMO, right? New MMO, or is it going to be another Roulette RNG Korean MMO? I don't know. I am looking forward to what Greg Street and the boys can pull out at Riot, although I'm not sure. Look, Riot is a good company. They make good games. So maybe they can. I don't know. I'm on a 3080, and I love my 3080. Where did you post the meme? In Akko Memes, did you? Oh no, where did you post the meme? In Humor? Digit, I'm not fucking seeing it. What's going on? Items into the games now? I had a 1080. I just wanted more. I'll be honest. I bought my 3080 just because I could. You can judge me all you want. I knew I didn't need a 3080. I was well aware of that fact. I didn't need a 3080. But I looked at my 3080 and I said, that's mine, bitch. And also, it does help with content creation, not going to lie. There are certain things that I can't do with the 1080 that the 3080 does perfectly. For example, streaming, because the 3080 has its own sort of architecture that is built only for streaming, or for encoding rather. So it's pretty decent. It's good, I think. Okay, I would buy one if they wouldn't cost 300% in my country. South Africa is the same. They are stupidly expensive. Although, actually, I do want to check quickly. Let's quickly see something here. Now I'm suddenly out of... What the fuck are they called again? I bought from them not long ago. Now I can't remember their name. Dreamware Tech. There we go. Dreamware Tech. Let's quickly see what is the cost of a new graphics card in South Africa currently. If you can even get the 3080s. So we're looking at a 3080, right? So you're looking at a 3080 here for about 25,000. So that's going to be... That's not how you type it, but anyways. So one South African rand, you go there. $1,725 US for 3080 Aorus. That's not cheap. That is not fucking cheap. Let's see if they have 3090s in stock. They do have all of this in stock though. So it seems like most people in South Africa aren't actually buying these products. There we go. So for a 3090 in South Africa, let's go for the cheaper version, the gigabyte one. You're going to be paying 2,806 US dollars. Moved from Humor and re-added to Dark Humor channel. Ah, digit. Okay, let me quickly check here. Dark humor. I love dark humor. Makes me happy. Am I not allowed to show this on Twitch? Is there sexual stuff in here that I'm not allowed to show? Yeah, let's not even try. Let's not even fucking try, right? Don't want to get into trouble. But yeah, I would say pretty fucking expensive right now. I mean, I'm glad that I bought mine before these prices hit, because to be real, I didn't pay far less than this. So my graphics card, when I bought it, including shipping, was about $2,000. That's when I bought it, which is like when they were first launched. That's when they first launched. I bought my graphics card. So South Africa doesn't seem to have really adjusted their prices all that much. Cask, you can opt into it, I believe. I believe you can opt into it. If you can't, just ask a mod on Discord. They'll get you into dark humor. But I would say in terms of when our price is going to come down, I don't even think 2023. Because I don't think the supply chain issues is going to solve itself that quickly. Because there's literally supply chain issues right at the primary level, right? So literally at the primary level, you have supply chain issues. All of that needs to be fixed. So you're probably, if ever, you're looking at end 2023, maybe halfway 2024 is when you'll see prices finally normalize. Although they might not even normalize then. It could very well be that that's when they start to come down, right? So yeah, I would say, yeah, we're still in for a bit, right? We're still in for a bit of a wait. It takes about 2 years to build new semiconductor factories. So yeah, late 2023. Even when those semiconductor factories are built, it's going to be at least a year, like year and a half for them to get all of the back orders, because we don't even realize this, but you do know that PCs is not top of the list of priorities, right? People getting gaming PCs are literally not what they give a fuck about. Because currently you have car manufacturers that is struggling to get new chipsets for their cars. You have planes that can't be built because everything requires semiconductors. So once these factories come back online, all of those backlogs first need to be filled, and then I mean, even your washing machine uses a semiconductor, right? Or uses parts that comes from a semiconductor factory. So all of these things will definitely take precedent over gaming PCs, servers that need to be built. So I think we're in for the long haul here. I think we're in for the long haul before these prices normalize, if ever, right? Because it's entirely possible that people like Nvidia and AMD go, well, people can afford these. They've been paying it up until now, so we may as well just up our shit, right? PCs made for designers and game creators. Terms are, they would still not be considered to be important or priority, right? When we're talking priority, we're talking about things that make the world tick. So things that can actually influence the economy of the world. And that would be cars, even washing machines, dishwashers, general house appliances and things like that. I don't think game developers or even coders in general is going to be viewed as that essential, because they can still make use of their old systems. And it's not like there's no stock on the market. It's just that there's very little stock on the market, right? I don't know about vacuum cleaners. I haven't owned a vacuum cleaner in decades. Jesus. Yeah. So maybe. I don't know how fancy are vacuum cleaners these days. You get those that clean themselves, right? They just go around and clean shit. I'm assuming they would definitely use semiconductors. Because they're programmable, and the second something is programmable, it needs a semiconductor in order to be programmable. So anything that can basically be programmed will have a semiconductor inside of it, because something needs to know what that program is. And we used to have this in the old days. We would just have a general mechanical clock, right? So you have to turn the knob to go to wherever you wanted to go, and it would do a mechanical thing. Nowadays, it's just pressing a button, and that button means that there's a semiconductor that remembers what program should be run now. Chicho is good for consoles, though. They're still at a reasonable price. Consoles, it's interesting that console prices haven't gone up or down at all. Like, they've sort of stayed very in their lane. So that is pretty good. You know what else is pretty good? The fact that I have to go to the gym now. Just watch your video about 10.0 leak. Since everything looks remade, is it possible that it's like how the places used to look? Did it reset the world to the beginning? Oh, the swing. At the time, we had no idea where those pictures were coming from. It was posted on Reddit as someone saying that this is a leak. That's why it's question marks everywhere, and we're sort of we went with the shocked or sort of the confused face going with it. We've since found out that it's actually screenshots from a private server. This private server sort of updates the game continuously, and it's actually screenshots from there. So someone wanted to troll everyone, and they sort of borrowed that footage and then pretended like it was a new, a new game, if you will. So we have since found out that that's not the truth. But that's one of the fun things we like about leaks, is especially when we don't know if a leak is true or not, right? That's when I love following leaks, because who knows? It's just fun to watch, right? It's just fun to watch. It's fun to sort of try and figure out if this could be true. Maybe it is true, maybe it isn't. I love leaks. But I always make sure to let people know that, please, with oceans of salt. Might be back later with a Final Fantasy stream. How many hours will you be back? Or if I'm back, so it all depends on how I feel after the gym. If I'm not quite in the mindset to entertain, then I might not be back. But if I'm back, it's probably, let's say about safely 2 hours from now. So let's say safely 2 hours from now. It's usually like an hour, hour and a half, because I go get ready now, then we drive. It's about a 15-minute drive to the gym. Get into the gym, have my hour of gym session, and then drive back for about 15 minutes. So usually hour, hour and a half. But it all depends on my mindset. Sometimes I come back from the gym and I'm just feeling great and I can absolutely stream. Other times I get back and I'm fucked. So I don't want to make promises. That's why it's always going to be sort of maybe, maybe not kind of streams. I don't make promises, but I do want to say I am hoping that when I get to Cape Town, I'll probably move my gym sessions to, say, in the morning. So I'll go to the gym at like 11. And that means that when I start streaming, we can stream as long as we fucking want, right? Because then I have the evenings open as well. So then I'll just stream from 2 in the afternoon or 3 in the afternoon all the way to 10, 11, 12 in the evening. Because I won't be at the gym. I wouldn't have to break things up in the gym. What's the time in your country now? It is currently 15 minutes past 7 in the PM. XD. So it's sort of like, it's a shit time. I mean, if I had my way, I would live in the US where I could wake up early in the morning and start my stream at like 8 a.m. Because that's like prime time. But that's like 6 p.m. my time. And if I do 6 p.m. my time, I have to stream till like the wee hours of the morning, which usually is then a fuck up. So I wish that I could sleep normal hours and then stream normal hours. So basically make it a full-time job. Stream from 8 in the morning to like 5, 6 in the evening, and then have the evening to myself. Sadly, I can't. Just otherwise, none of you would be able to watch. If I start streaming at 8 a.m. in South Africa, all of you will still be asleep. But I will definitely try. I will try and be back for a bit of a Final Fantasy stream later. So if you want to watch Final Fantasy, hit that follow button right now. Because you fucking have to. It's the least you can do. Remember to hit the follow. And yeah, for the rest of you, I will see all of you maybe later, if not tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for spending your morning, your afternoon, or your evening with me. I will be back. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. Peace out, fam.